A happy morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcoming you to the day 2 of IPCL season number 2. And this is match number 4 happening between Chennai Super Greens and Delhi. Both of the sides were at the bottom of the table, with Chennai Super Greens at the third position and Delhi at the fourth. Especially for Chennai Super Greens, the chances are almost gone. As this is the toss. As Delhi won the toss, they had decided to bat first. With in response, Chennai will be bowling first in this morning. The last league game for them. Probably winning this game might also not be assuring their spot in this finals. They need a tremendous victory, like chasing down a target within 6-7 overs. That might put them on top of the table, but that might not also ensuring their spot in the finals. But anyway, we got a straight to watch on how they're going to perform today. But for Delhi, there is still bright opportunities. If they make it today, they could eventually travel past and seal a spot at the second position. Well, that's news from the center. Delhi have won the toss. They decided to bat first. There comes the players over there. Shaiu is going to be the opener today for Delhi. And obviously this name, if this name comes to opening batting, you know what kind of distractions it would provide. We've seen that happening in world cricket for almost a decade. From 2000 to 2010 or 2012, that name had ruled cricket in opening batting. And so did the other opener, the partner for Shaiu today. We're combining together to build up the partnership. Only one match played by Delhi yesterday. It was against Kolkata where they've been bowled out for just 106. It was not the best day to perform for them. It was not best way of batting for them. But it's just first game. It's just one game. So they could be able to come back stronger today. Two matches for them today. One this and the other is a day-night game against Mumbai. They are tough opponents, so that is going to be a challenging game. Even with Chennai Super Greens, they are a very good side, but on the whole, combined together, they couldn't make it a winning moment. That's the problem. There have been plenty of good players. Harish, Ramesh Naidu. Sendil was not there with the side, the usual skipper. Left back, so the team was is being led by Harish now. The captain that took extra responsibility on his head. But eventually that won't spoil the rhythmic bowler he is, because that is very much important at this point of time. They need Harish to perform well. On the night game, we've seen when they took on Kolkata, the way how he picked up the wicket of Suresh Selvam and the way how their bowlers made Kolkata batters struggle. But end of the day, the target was low, so Kolkata eventually won the game. So today, it's a fresh new morning, fresh new approach. He's been given the captainship responsibility as well. That might be also a confidence factor that he might be performing well. Sometimes this may be a pressure. This depends upon the kind of cricketer you are. I hope Harish will be taking that with pleasure. First ball of the morning. But that's a warm-up delivery. That's a warm-up. This usually he does every day. I could remember he did that yesterday too. There we could see Govinda, the opener, in fact. Govinda Swami. Govinda Rasu, I'm sorry. He's opening along with Sudhir Shah. Shaiu is a run by. He's running between the wickets for any of these batters. Probably for Govinda Rasu. I misunderstood that Shaiu was given an opportunity to open the innings. But it's Govinda Rasu and Sudhir Shah, the openers. First ball of the morning. Oh, that got the timing right and the placement too. Starts things off with the boundary. Why not? Shaiu. It's Govinda Rasu's playing in the brand of cricket that Shaiu does. It's been bowled way outside the off stump, which is more comfortable for batters like Govinda Rasu to squeeze it through the point direction. But the way how we found the aerial route, nobody will be standing at deep. Positive start here for Delhi. Even though 2 out of 3 matches been won by teams batting second, Delhi preferred to bat first. That's quite surprising. They lost the game batting first yesterday, yet they chose to do this one more time. This shows the kind of game plan that they're having. Sometimes you might not be adapting to the conditions completely. You can't just trust the conditions completely. You have to go with your instinct. That's what matters the most. For some skippers, it might be going with the condition. Gliding it away, goes over the fielder, and nobody standing at the deep. That eventually goes for the boundary. Back-to-back boundaries to begin things off here. Playing a bit of positive cricket. Harish is not in the best of his deliveries today. He usually invades the stumps, but this length and this line, this may be good, but for his run-up and pace, this is not the regular style of Harish bowling. And that's been a good try at the end. Eventually goes for boundary. Positive start to the fresh morning for them. The thing we've been speaking about, some captains believe to stick on to the conditions and some captains believe to stick on to the team's game plan. One more time, the similar kind of length and line. I don't believe why Harish is not trying to invade the stumps. That's his go-to one. That's how he picked up the wicket of Suresh Selvam yesterday. As a left-arm pacer, you are supposed to attack the stumps. That's typical brand of cricket a left-arm pacer has. But you got to see, he was smiling. He was having the same energy he used to have. But that captainship pressure might still be there. He might not be expressing that. But as time passes, we could see that in picture. This is what I've been expecting for. Just invade the stumps. That's your go-to option. And yeah, this condition thing, that matters the most, as they've been following that for a long while. There have been few captains, if the condition is a spin track, they use spinners. A few captains, even though if a condition is a spin track, you can't make Bumrah to sit in the dugout, right? So that'll be such quality fast bowler. So you can't compromise with your game plan just because the condition is against you. This is the tricky choice, but it's up to the way how the captain decides. There is no right wrong in cricket. It's just the perspective. Unfortunate, that's wide and eventually reaches out the boundary board as well. Wide +4, which turns this over to be a costly one. The same length. Look at that. And it's eventually beats the batter as well as the wicketkeeper. Wicket number 3 is being used today. Yesterday we've seen the middle wicket was being used. It had quick pace, grippiness on the conditions. It was making the batters to get surprised on the kind of pace it generated. But today it's wicket number 3, which is even much grassier. The green grasses were covering throughout the wicket. You gotta wait and watch on how it's reacting exactly. Seems like it's evenly got the same pace. Maybe Coimbatore is that kind of city with this breezy weather. It eventually helps the fast bowlers to do well. But yeah, we have to take more time to access the conditions and how it's reacting. So far it's been generating the pace, but usually Harish has this pace. He generates it everywhere. We have to check it with other bowlers. If other bowlers could be able to extract a bit of extra bounce and the pace, then this is the right condition to bat on. But so far the first 2 boundaries shows that bounce seems to be trustable, not like the previous day's one. Strong appeal from Harish, and that's the end of the first over. One gets completed, 14 for no loss.
பெங்களூர்ல ராஜா அந்த மும்பை ராஜா இதா சென்னையிலயா நாளைக்கா ടെൻത്തിനല്ലേ ഇല്ല അല്ല അപ്പോൾ ടെൻത്തിനൊരു വർക്ക് ആവശ്യം.
Swinging a miss. Sai Kumar with the ball. Seems like he's also generating a bit of extra pace, but when it comes to bounce factor, it's trustable bounce. It's a regular bounce, not a low bounce, not a high bounce. It's exactly reacting how it used it to be. Whereas the previous day's wicket was having extra bounce, which even the fast bowlers got surprised of. Pace is the only thing that might help them out. I see spinners are going to do well today comparing to previous day's game. This is just an assumption, but I feel that way. It's getting on. It's not about bounce, it's about the pace. If this happens, the finger spinners can enjoy a lot. Don't forget there is a wrist spinner as well. The captain of Delhi, Vignesh, is a very good batter and a wonderful wrist spinner. If he gets used to these conditions, he might be picking a lot of wickets in the second innings. Strong shouts. No signs of the fingers going up. And a happy morning, ladies and gentlemen, to this warm weather and a fresh morning. Hey, come on, Salim Khan. Yes, very good morning, Salim. Very good morning to one and all watching this live match. This is day 2 of IPCL 2.0 Indian Para Cricket League. You're watching match number 4. In the points table battle, catches the call. That is taken. Oh, that is simplistic way of taking those catches. He never makes much mistakes, Ramesh Naidu. But Govindarasu got disappointed. His intentions were to go over the mid-on fielder, and the length was also a bit appropriate to take such risk. But eventually this finds one of the best fielders of the side. There we could see clearly it's on the slot. I won't blame the batter for such short selection, but he didn't got the elevation right, and Ramesh Naidu, a tall fielder, got himself in position and caught the wicket. Govindarasu, the batter, being dismissed. That's 15 for 1. IPCL 2.0 Indian Para Cricket League is taking itself to the next level right from the season number 1. There have been intentions from Rotaract Club of Coimbatore Galaxy to put this in a global map on an international cricket stadium to increase the standard of Indian Para Cricket League. That will be interesting to watch out for. But as of now, it's Vignesh comes in at number 3. 15 for 1. The captain himself comes in at number 3 to take up the responsibility. To all the viewers out there watching this game, good footwork. Bit of positive start, gets off the mark with a single as well. A very good morning, fine Saturday. Happy weekend to one and all watching this live match. Hopefully, you might be given a treat to watch out for 3 T20 contests today. Everyone will be having its own uniqueness. Everyone will be having a fight for the points table battle, a fight for finals. So today, it's going to be even much interesting battles. As of now, Delhi is at number 4 and Chennai is at number 3, bottom of the table. They might be trying to get themselves up in the table. Extra bit of movement out there, Sai. So far, it's been a very good pitch. Fresh, hard and grassy. The green colour looks tempting for the fast bowlers. That's what Sudhir Shah must be thinking. Yet to get off the mark as Govindarasu had faced most of the balls until he got dismissed. Single to end the over. That's 17 for 1 after 2. Harish continues out to bowl. Oh, much better line. A typical left arm paces, delight to watch out for. Better careful while throwing your bat. This man is expecting that to happen. Might be adding up a slip fielder too. This seems like it might get an outside edge, possibly. Looking out to be energetic, Harish. I was watching him in the team bus as well. Mocking jokes and bringing energies to the dugout, bringing energies to the players as well. He's a positive cricketer outside the field, especially. Brings joy on everyone's faces. Energetic player. Typically, every fast bowlers will be energetic, but off the field, many fast bowlers will be calm and composed. But I see a different nature on him. Oh, but this is really impressive. And that is a slip fielder as well. Speaking about this positive attitude, like that is something that makes a team to be more positive because you've been traveling from different parts of the country, some from Rajasthan, some from Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, even in Tamil Nadu, some from Chennai, some from the othermost corner of the state. So you're not meeting up regularly. So for a team to gel, oh, that hits the stumps. We'll speak about that later, but here is the breakthrough we're looking at. 2 balls outside the off stump, having a slip fielder confuses the batter straight away, invades the stumps. Harish Kumar is just proving himself one after the other. Dismissing an opener one more time. This time it's Sudhir Shah. Was not expecting that to invade the stumps after watching 2 balls going outside the off stump. Look, he was completely surprised. There we could see that shock after watching this coming on stump line. He was not prepared for that. He was not opened himself well. That's 17 for 2. Delhi. Shaiu, the new batter, comes in at number 4. to take some responsibility with Vignesh. All they need is one good partnership. Despite of focusing on the run rate, there'll be more time for you to focus on the run rate. The more important thing is to not to lose much wickets in a regular interval of time. This might put you away from controlling this innings. And speaking about Harish, he's a very positive cricketer in terms of bringing energy to the dugout. So if this team meets up together, players from different corners of the state, different corners of the country are mingling up together, you need someone to make a gel on everyone, someone to create that bonding between the team. And Harish is that kind of player, mocking jokes, making everyone laugh, and when it comes to game, he'll become completely serious. That energy that we could clearly see as he's trying to bring himself as one of the top bowlers of India and the radar. He was bowling a lot of extras when he was making his debut to Tamil Nadu. Though he had a pace, he didn't have control. But what one thing that he improved over a point of time was that control. He knows what he's supposed to bowl, and he actually thinks to bowl. He never gets emotional while bowling. That's a great sign of a good fast bowler. Initially, you'll be getting emotional, decision making. Emotional intelligence won't be there. If you hit over for a boundary or if you are being mocked by a batter with eye contact, you'll get emotional. You wanted to take that wicket desperately. But now look at the way how Harish is bowling. He's mature. He's having that zen mode in him. Bowling two balls outside the off stump to set the batter and then invaded the stumps. Strong shouts. White signals on field umpire. Vignesh was moving a little bit leg side, and that's why Harish's line was changing, it seems. But the intention was to attack the stumps. I think these are all the areas that a bowler improves over a point of time. This will not be done on day one. This will be done by experience, a few punishments, a few bad days, a few crying days. I've seen all of these emotions from Harish being expensive on particular days. Couldn't be able to pick wickets. The batters dealing him easily. So these emotions might make him to learn a lot of things. After these learnings, he'll become calm, composed, and thinks on what needs to be done. Puts a proper game plan. Though you have pace, though you can hit the stumps with good quick pace, you need to think on what needs to be done. Before thinking, you can never do anything. That's the kind of improvement he made in these 2 years. Catches the call. That is a very good try from the fielder anyway. He gave his best to save that, going for boundary. Single to end the over. That's 20 for 2 after 3 overs. For 2. Continues out to bowl side. Conventional way of shuffling the bowlers. Chennai had different shufflings altogether. Catches the call. That fell short of Harish. And eventually got a miscommunication as well. Too many dramas in the middle. There have been confusion between the batters. We've been watching the fielders missing down the ball and trying to get it to the throw point. And there have been miscommunication while running between the wickets. And we got to speak about this. There have been this tag for teams like RCB or Punjab Kings that they usually shuffle cricketers a lot more. Every season they change the entire squad. Not for even RCB, but mainly for Punjab Kings, shuffling the team every year, changing the core side, and changing the game plan as well. Overthrow. That eventually gets a boundary as well. A much needed boundary at this point of time. Shaiu gets 5 runs and that brings Vignesh back on strike. Disappointed Sai Kumar. Definitely as a fast bowler, when you give everything on a hot sunny day, if this happens, imagine this heat will be even much more than the actual heat. Very disappointing. There is no backup. That's a sign of frustration from Sai Kumar. Well, so what happens is, like, if teams like Punjab Kings that we're speaking about, that's just an example, changing teams regularly, and Chennai Super Kings were known for backing their players, making the players to play 14 games together, not making much change in the squad, not making much change in the next year auction. This is because of one thing. Over a point of time, when you take the journey of both the sides, Chennai Super Kings one among the top most successful side of Indian Premier League history. They were into the playoff for almost 70 to 80 percentage of the series. So them missing down the playoffs is a very rare event, whereas for Punjab Kings getting selected to the playoffs is a very rare event, which they got in 2025 after 2014. So it was almost 10-11 years gap to enter into the playoffs. This itself is a frustration when your team is not doing well, it's failing to perform. You might be doing a lot of mistakes in team selection. Even a good quality players might be missed down. Good placement, and that seems to be quite good with the connection as well. And rest will be taken care by the outfield in these conditions. This time Vignesh earns the boundary. This is not overthrow. This is proper timing. Sai Kumar was trying to invade the stumps. Very good use of the feet and the placement as well. So if this happens, when team is not doing well, imagine they lost Sean Marsh, they lost George Bailey. Pulls it away. Another beautiful shot. This is even much better. And guess what? The most beautiful thing is he's not trying to find the aerial route. As in modern day cricket, we're watching batters like Rohit Sharma playing it to aerial route, but this is up and down style of pull shot. The focus itself is to play a grounded shot, which is safe and secured. It earns a boundary. Matured batting here from Vignesh. 34 for 2 after 4. Continues to bowl Harish one more time. That gets thickish outside edge. Eventually gets the result as well. One ball's boundary. They started dealing in boundaries here. Delhi Dynamics. Just take back look at that. Walk forward. And saw that going outside the stump. I think moving forward is a very good idea against such bowlers like Harish. He's bowling those good length delivery, attacking the stumps. While standing, you cannot deliver that. It's not something that you could stand and deliver. You have to move forward to reach the length of the ball, so that you could make it a count and create a better result out of it, which is way more important at this point of time, as things were quite good under control. Balls round the wicket, Harish. And that idea is not much fair one. Hits the boundary banner of Machines. This is one more white plus 4, which is not a fresh new thing to IPCL. Which is not a fresh new thing even in this morning. We've already seen a white plus 4 today. I think bowling round the wicket needs a different approach altogether. If you are intending to attack the stumps, while bowling round the wicket, you must be very careful. You should not attack the leg stump. The intent should be on the off stump. Catch is the call. Oh, that eventually beats the fielder. And that gets a couple of runs on the board. Pulls it away. and that doesn't get the timing that it requires. But yeah, we've been discussing a lot about this team combination changes. That's the main reason. When you take Chennai Super Greens, they shuffled their bowlers yesterday. 4 overs, 4 different bowlers. Today you could see it's 5th over, just 2 bowlers were continuing to bowl. It's onto the same order. But the same team, the captains were different, yet the game plan have also completely changed. This is because of the results that doesn't favor them. Though they have good bowlers, they had very good way of approaching things. They didn't got the result that they're looking for. If they didn't got the result that they're looking for, they eventually try to change the game plan one after the other. That's a huge difference that changes the context of the game. So to end the over, Harish have came in to bowl his 3rd over just to bring some breakthrough. But this one is disappointment. Goes over the bowler's head. And a tremendous shot out there to reach out the boundary ropes. Vignesh C is sounding himself well as a skipper. That's 50 up here for Delhi as well. A full and delivery onto the slot, hitting the stumps. But this one just gone over the bowler's head with straight bat in control. The margin for error is very low for such kind of shots when you use full face of the bat. Through the covers, much better shot this is. While watching out this stroke, only one thing comes in my mind, his left elbow. Look at the way how it's coming on top. The more you bring your left elbow, you could play the cover drive well. Look at his left elbow, it's coming on top and it's leading the shot. Oh, technically sounded cover drive. This is from Vignesh. 55 for 2 after 5. Vishnu Ramesan, a new bowler into the attack, and a different bowler also. A left arm medium pacer. We didn't saw him in action yesterday as he came in straight away. As a new player, might be replacing Sendil if I'm not wrong. There have been a few changes on the side as well, that they are desperate in winning at least a game in this tournament, which is way more important. That you have to register something out there in season number 2. Another one went out of his control. This time beats the wicket keeper as well. And no chance for the third man too to stop that going for boundary. Falcon boundary is not the right of starts for Vishnu Ramesan. turning out to be extras after extras. It was landing almost closer to the wicketkeeper. That's the problem. It's going away from him and landing closer to him. This doesn't let him to carry the ball well. It was a long weekend. Still it's the same. Still it's the same. And this time they have the fielder. Yet Vishnu Rameshan is feeling it hard to find the rhythm. Any of these batters, any of the other fielders or the captain of the side have to speak with Vishnu Rameshan. Might be a good bowler, but he's struggling to give the start that he's looking for, which is way more important. Hi Nanda, happy morning. Thank you so much for mentioning my name. This is Bharat Sivalingam, your commentator for the tournament. Welcome to the comment section. Nothing changes. Only the angle changes. Trying to bowl round the wicket Vishnu Rameshan, but the result remains the same. To all the viewers out there watching this game, I'm sure you will be a great cricket fan, that you are spending your weekend by watching a cricket match on YouTube, supporting Indian para cricketers. Para Cricket League 2025. Finally a legal delivery from Vishnu Rameshan. So we had a few chats yesterday. A few of them have commented as well. We spoke about favorite cricket ground. We spoke about which city you love to see international cricket ground in Tamil Nadu. And we spoke about favorite childhood moments as well. Today we'll be continuing similar kind of things. Like, we all come playing gully cricket over a point of time. Though there are professional cricketers, though there are club level cricketers, gully cricket is more of bringing out joy on faces. So like, every gully cricket has a unique rules on their own. So in your locality, where are you from and what's your locality? What is that one weirdest rule you follow in gully cricket or your team follows in gully cricket? Kindly share that in the comment section. One weirdest rule that you follow in gully cricket. We'll discuss a lot about that. Finds the aerial route. Seems like a better connection as mid off inside the circle. And that rolls over the boundary ropes as well. Positive start over there. Vignesh. That's the beauty of this batter. He waits for his turn to get into control. Never be aggressive. Never be desperate. And nobody knows that Vignesh is going to hit this away. That's a secret recipe he always holds on. Like to the viewers out there, just speak about the weirdest gully cricket rules you had followed while playing gully cricket. There may be some unique things now. Just share about that. And kindly share to your favorite cricket friends about this game. Para cricketers need viewerships. There is entertainment. There is thriller stories. There is something to look out for cricket fans in this tournament. I want all the cricket fans to not to miss these live actions. Much better placement, beautiful stroke making. Nobody even closer to the ball to stop that. A boundary at the last couple of deliveries to end the power play. Shaiu playing it a real quick manner. 5 balls, 15 runs. This cover drive. Wow, bending his knee down takes us back to those old times of Rahul Dravid's batting. Just enjoying their own brand of cricket, it seems. It's 75 already in 5.5 overs. Similar to what exactly happened in previous day's first game, where Mumbai had scored 246 with a century by Sunmaker. Single to end the over, and the power play gets completed at 76 for 2.
Over completed, 76 for 2.
Been a positive power play out there. By the meantime, we would like to thank all the sponsors who made this possible. Drytech Specialty Ingredients, Vehicle Data Solutions, Sri Ramakrishna Hospital, Nandu Coats Machines, Mastery in Hydraulics, the Idea Institution, Jason Tourism Private Limited, Ortho Zone, Thunder Sports obviously, Sri Kumaran Tangamalige, Sri Mahalakshmi Engineers and Contractors and Co. Rotary Club of Downtown Coimbatore, Polar Bear, Pixel Poet, Prozone, Tech 7, Thai Green Power Solutions. We'd like to thank all the sponsors for making it happen. And along with it, obviously, Road Track Club of Coimbatore Galaxy and this quality broadcast partners, webstreaming.in. Would like to thank all of them for making this even more memorable and more special. Without them, this wouldn't be possible, especially with this quality on pictures. I could hear players speaking about this quality on picture, the clarity that they provide, which took the standard to the next level for IPCL. It's almost looking like an international match. That quality came because of web streaming, one of the top broadcast partners, one of the top streamers in South India. They were expanding their borders as well, doing fan code projects, doing state board cricket tournaments. Been one of the best in the business for sure. But as of now, this is time to rethink about the strategy. Chennai Super Greens, they have good bowlers, yet they couldn't make use of it well. That's a problem. Will surely be coming back with positivity. Sweeps it away and the placement seems to be perfect. Shaiu empty is sensible in his way of approaching the batting. Is very quick, yet he's not aggressive. You could understand the difference. Is very quick, yet he's not aggressive. When you look at these kind of stroke makings, it's very low risky strokes. There is no fielder. He's not finding aerial route, not giving any catch practice out there. I think this brings out the right positivity onto the game. Vivek, the new bowler, into the attack. Time for some revolution. More like a gifted delivery from Vivek, but not used full. Chance for the second run as well. And that hit the stumps, it seems, as Chennai Super Greens were appealing. A few dramas out there, but the on-field umpires were staying calm, reacting nothing to everything, which is very much important for you as an on-field umpire. There'll be different claims, there'll be different appeals, but you need not to react for everything. Just react nothing if it really means nothing. But to all the viewers watching out this game, we've been speaking about this thing. Just share your favorite gully cricket memories and the various rules you had in your gully cricket times, or you are having in your gully cricket times. Share them in the comment box. We'll have a healthy discussion out of it. As I think gully cricket is something that lays the foundation for everything. To all the cricketers out there, the para cricketers, punches it through the covers and no chance for the sweeper cover fielder to get closer to that. One more boundary, this time at the extra covers region. The beauty of this shot is it was slower through the air, and this man into the back foot smashes it through the covers. These were the shot that shows the quality of a batter. Seems like calm and composed. And you're speaking about this gully cricket thing. The broadcast partners, the umpires, the organizers, the commentator, myself, mine Bharat Sivalingam, the camera persons, everyone will be having or would have had a passion for the game at some point of time in our life. We would have dreamed of becoming a cricketer. A cheeky one, but intending to get a couple of runs on the board. Will be satisfied with that single as well. That brings us to the end of this over. 7 gets completed, 88 for 2. Ramesh Naidu, the new bowler. And an interesting leggy, strong shouts, and the fingers are going up. Vignesh knows this. He's a leggy too, and he knows how a leggy gets a wicket. But this is interesting contest. Vignesh got himself well set, but unfortunately couldn't carry out that form throughout this innings. And a much needed breakthrough at this point of time as the partnership was growing. A flight to delivery, but doesn't land at the region that he was looking for. 88 for 3 it is as Vignesh, the captain, walks back to the pavilion. Ramesh Naidu once again stood for the side. Was a bright start over that. Whether it's with the bat or with the ball, this man have always been on top of the game for Chennai Super Greens. They were failing to bring it as a team effort. That's the only problem they had. Venkat, the new batter, comes in at number 5 and straight away gets off the mark with a single. Been really good to watch with the way how he's traveling himself in this tournament. Though his team had nightmare games, this team couldn't make it happen as an entire unit. Ramesh Naidu has one of the best tournaments. Beautiful shot that is. With the bat flow that he brought in, Shaiu empty seems to be unstoppable despite of whatever happens on the other end. Whether it's a good bowler or bad bowler, if it's a loose ball, I'll punish. Just look at the bat flow. And there comes the quality and perfection in placement. Exceptional work done by the batter. As things are quite good under control with the way how it's going.
German Shepherd.
Trying to make it work as of his expectation. The things were quite good. That he's planning to make it work. And there have been expectations around to get a couple of runs on the board as well. That's quite good under control with the way how it went. Another boundary over there. as he's started dealing in boundaries. This man is known for such performance to be done.
Score 99 for 3.
As that's his go-to options to carry on the momentum. He's one such bowler who had tried to keep things under control. Continues after bowl Vivek. This is interesting stuff to watch out for. Vivek have been impressive with the way how he performed yesterday. Just came in at the right time to brought in the revolutions that they were looking for to pick some wickets. Another beautiful shot, another exceptional stroke making through the covers. The same region where he's continuing off to score runs on the board. Shaiu empty. Look at the numbers. It's 41 of just 16. This time it's been a flighted delivery outside the off stump. A perfect blend to play the inside out. And he's taking that in good control. Will be continuing out to bowl Vivek. He's very good at playing in back-footed shots as well. That's the one unique thing that he's continuing out to follow. That's high in the air. Yet landed safely in a no man's area. Could see a blasting knock from Shaiu empty, having might better possibilities of making it to a century, which he was trying to do for a long time. There you could see Mr. Jai Kishore and the other road track club of Galaxy members. We've also seen Mr. Veeraraj, the secretary of TNPCCA, was also sitting there, who made his presence to the day 2 of this tournament. Well, that will also be an important context to watch out for. As they were arranging themselves ready, Venkat had a clear-cut role to be done, that he have to rotate the strike and give it back to the one who deserves the most, Shaiu empty, and that's what he's trying to do as well, as he's trying to make more of availabilities. So we're asking to get closer to the region that they're looking for. These were important stuffs to carry on without bowling much extras as a spinner. Single to end the over. It's 110 for 3. In fact, 109 for 3 after 9.
9 overs completed. Score 1-9 for 3.
Okay, bro. Thanks, bro. $109 for 3. As things are quite good under control. We've been discussing about a question out there. Where is gully cricket rules you have played under? That's what we've been discussing with the viewers in the comment section. And we got some responses as well. MSA live streamers have commented, speak about your gully cricket experience, Bharat. Yeah, there have been plenty of gully cricket experiences. We used to have this box cricket. Good one. That seems to be a breakthrough as well. We'll speak about that. But Ramesh Naidu gets another one. leaving Shaiu to be left alone as a lone warrior. And this man with the ball and with the bat, trying to give his presence one after the other. One more flighted delivery. He's a gutsy bowler. Look at that flight and pace. He's having that slowness and good catch. Soft dismissal, that is. That's 109 for 4. Exceptional. Typical leg spinner. And a cautious player. There we could see the bowler's view. As simple as it could get. Bowl a good ball, grab a wicket, enjoy your celebration. 109 for 4. Yeah, we've been discussing about this childhood gully cricket experiences. MSA live streamers have asked us to share about my particular experiences. Myself, Bharat Sivalingam, your commentator. So when it comes to gully cricket, we had this style of playing box cricket during rainy seasons. During rainy seasons, we won't be having the ground left as there will be waters all around. So we used to take a very small portion of the ground that will be good. There we could create a small ground. Within that we have to play box cricket. We were allowed to score boundaries. The bowlers have to bowl only spin bowling, and one bounce catch will be wicket. So one boundary is one run, no running between the wickets. The more boundaries you score, the more runs you get. If you try hitting sixer, you will be out. The most weirdest thing is, if you bowl a full toss delivery, sixers were not given not out. So full toss eventually seems to be a no ball in that level of cricket. That's what the weirdest thing we had in our gully level cricket. Because while playing a full toss delivery, if you try to score a boundary, we eventually give a one bounce catch. Full toss eventually makes you to give a one bounce catch. That gives an unfair advantage to the bowling unit. So we made that as a no ball if you bowl a full toss. That's been great days out there for sure. And yeah, in some other areas playing leg side will be out for a batter. We'll speak about that in the next over. 1 at 9 for 4 after 10. Yeah, we've been speaking about this gully cricket experiences. The box cricket is that one thing where full toss is a no ball. If you hit six, you're out. Have to score only boundaries, and one boundary will be considered as one run. So eventually, a team might take more time to play, and it's more like a test match. You can play however you want to play. In case if the target is very high, you can spend just time until the day fades. You can make the game draw. There have been many interesting dramas out there happen in those gully cricket times, and we had this particular space where if a boundary goes, it will be out, and we can defend the ball. We can't powerly hit on the leg side; that will be considered out. So yeah, a lot more things. This is more of a regular gully cricket experiences. Outside edge and good stop from the fielder as well. Likewise, kindly share your experiences, MSA live streamers. You're from Palakkad. I'm sorry. You're from Pollachi. I know that. I want you all. You're a great team. You all to share your experiences in gully cricket. And to all the viewers out there, likewise MSA live streamers, that goes down the leg side, wide and +4. Hope is okay. The Nets have saved the player. Good try till the end. Despite of Shaiu scoring on the one end, they're also eventually getting some runs on the board. That eases the pressure out of them. This is very unfortunate for a spinner to do. And that's where this effort was got things into control. Pulls it away, and that is tremendous stroke making. This is easy stuff for these batters, as that goes for maximum. A little bit of short ball offered by Vivek. Not the best out of him, and oh, look at the bat swing. Look at the bat swing. Stand and deliver from Shaiu, and he's in 49 now. One for his off century. Pulls it away one more time, and nobody at the deep. It'll be boundary, and 50 up here as well. 53 of just 21 balls. That's exceptional performance out there. Look at that. Every time when he bowl a short ball, he scores a boundary. Another one pulled away. This time there is man in deep, the captain himself, saving that boundary. But this is a very responsible innings when Vignesh lost his wicket way in the middle. They were struggling to get that one batter to take up the responsibility, but Shaiu did that really well. The possibilities of 250 is still there, but they have to stay strong. There is 10 more overs to be played. Thiago has more time to play. He could enjoy his brand of cricket for the next 10 overs. That's what Shaiu have also needed. He needs a good partner to rotate the strike and give it back to him. That will hopefully happen. Strong shouts. Not given over there. Seems it was given. That's wicket in fact. That's one more wicket falling on down. Thiago the batter being dismissed. He came in and he was walking out without scoring. 126 for 5 it is. I think this was an extra quick delivery from Vivek, not the regular one, which Thiago was also not expecting to come on. So this seems to be quicker and beats the batter eventually by taking a little bit of edge on it. There we could see that extra pace, which Thiago was unaware of it. Anyway, that's 126 for 5. 126 for 5. Slices it between the fielders. Good stop from the fielder anyway. Rohan, the new batter, comes in at number 7. Well, now this battle is going to be much interesting
കിട്ടിയാ
with Ramesh Naidu and his wicket taking nag and a well set batter Shaiu.
ഡൽഹിയിലുള്ള ഞാൻ വോയിസ് കേട്ടായിരുന്നോ
Oh my god, that's
ഒരു പ്ലെയർ
put down. That's put down.
കണ്ടായിരുന്നോ കേട്ടായിരുന്നോ
Chance of a wicket. Ramesh Naidu is bringing out opportunities
പുള്ളിക്കാരൻ ഡയറക്റ്റ് കോണ്ടാക്ട് ചെയ്യാന്നാണ് പറഞ്ഞത് മറ്റേ പുള്ളിനെ
so that he could be able to bring some dominance. If Shaiju's wicket is gone, then I don't feel there is much batters to be out there to take care of this innings. Though if there is a batter, we may not be sure whether he'll be setting himself up today or not. There is one set batter as of what we've seen. Big shot, and the connection seems to be perfect as it hits the nets. He eventually goes for a maximum. But this time it was onto the slots, and Shaiju is a very good player of sweep shots.
ക്ലോസ് ഇല്ലേ அந்த ഷോട്ട്
Look at that. Just bent his right knee and get under the ball to elevate that sixer. Typical six-hitting techniques of an Indian against a spinner. That every Indian will play such shots. And Shaiju is not less than 1% to that quality. Search of ball in progress. There have been many balls being left over yesterday too. They've been hitting sixers here and there, which is not going past the boundary ropes, which is actually almost hitting the nets, which were protection nets to stop the ball going outside the ground. So it's technically out of the park. Catch is the call. That he couldn't get much good control over there. Ramesh Naidu was trying to give a good comeback over there. One mistake, Shaiju will take you in control. A cheeky attempt that he couldn't be able to get things under control. Couple of dot balls and a sixer with one more to finish things over. Been a decent over except that one sixer. Single to end the over. He'll be keeping the strike back for the next over as well. 133 for 5.
3-3 for 5 wickets. 12 overs completed. Score 133 for 5.
Harish back into the attack. Finds the aerial route and the placement seems to be perfect. When you show pace on the ball, this man just plays juicy strokes. Just taking back a look at that previous shot. It's been bowled a back of line delivery, and the bouncers are not helping in this particular wicket comparing to the previous day's one. I think Harish is not is actually expecting that extra bounce to happen, which is not exactly happening. As we are playing in pitch number 3 here, what you expect will happen, but extra bounce support will never be there. This wicket is more like a mirror. What you do will exactly be replicated. That Harish must be very careful with that. And Shaiu is turning out to be more dangerous as time flows. This was exactly happened to Chennai when they played their first game yesterday against Mumbai, and it is again happening. As things were quite good under control with the way how he's taking the alignment, and this adds up a responsibility as a captain as well. 1 for 41 is his number, with 4 more to finish off his stint as a bowler. Now there is no death overs for Harish, which also leads up the team to focus on the other bowler options for death overs. It's better to dismiss this particular batter. Flicks it away. Oh, another beautiful shot goes for boundary. You can take a wicket of an aggressive batter, but you cannot take a wicket of the batter who thinks and places it to the perfection. Shaiu, you beauty. Look at that. The intention was a different shot, but after watching the ball, he changed his decision. I think that's where a quality batter's ability being witnessed. You can't be so adamant on what you're trying to do. I'll step out. I'm going to be on mid wicket. That won't work here. If the bowler is bowling something different, just put your ego aside and take the decision instantly. That's why it used to work. Even with his batting, it's more similar like what Sunmaker did yesterday. He's not having a standard batting style. At some point of time, he's walking forward. At some point of time, he's moving across. You may not be sure which style of batting he's going to adapt for a particular ball. The past couple of balls have been stepping out, but the first ball was not a step out. And sometimes he's going behind too. Understanding this difference takes time for a bowler, but once you start understanding and reading a mind of a batter, then you can eventually dominate them. And that's why it's better to dismiss any batter before they set themselves. Now after playing a couple of deliveries, after scoring a couple of runs, you can never expect Shaiu to be mentally read and broken his game plan. That's merely impossible at this point of time. Unless or until Shaiu makes some mistakes or gets carried away with the confidence, this might happen. 70 of just 32 balls. And 7 more overs to go. Bright possibilities of a century out there. Following to what Sunmaker did yesterday. Swing and a miss, chance of a run out. As that turned out to be an overthrow, but was not scoring any runs over there. Oh, look at the trigger movement. Setting up the bowler before he delivers the ball. While running up, the bowler will be having an idea. If this happens, he eventually changes his decision to bowl a particular delivery to plan A to plan B, obviously, which eventually gives an upper edge to the batter. That's why he's doing those initial trigger movements, confusing the bowler. And that's why, as being a bowler in a T20 format is very challenging, especially for fast bowlers. Your quality will be tested. One bad delivery will decide your ability. This particular batter hit 6 over this particular bowler, so this particular bowler is not so and so good bowler. Imagine one poor delivery describe your entire ability. That's the most oddest thing in T20 format. But you gotta adapt to that. That's where the evolution moves, and we have to follow the evolution. High in the air, fielder under the ball, and that's put down by the fielder, which eventually goes to the boundary ropes as well. This can officially be considered as a drop catch.
Score 152 for
That
5.
brings us to the end of this over as well. 13 gets completed, 152 for 5.
59 is completed. Score
But speaking about that particular shot, he stepped out
5.
and places it through the covers. A beautiful timing one more time. Yet there is an opportunity for the fielder to grab that. He was well comfortable under the ball. Yet it was not landing safely. 152 for 5.
152 for 5. 13 overs.
That's high in the air. Fielder under the ball one more time. And this time no mistakes done by the fielder. That's taken comfortably. Under sun shines, this is very difficult for the fielders to grab the catch. Let's not be so rude on the fielders, but this is very good catch taken. Ramesh Naidu once again came in to brought in the breakthrough. As Rohan the batter being dismissed. The very first ball he faces went on to be a breakthrough. 152 for 6 it is. Swings and misses out. As it turns out to be another one got into control. Ramesh Naidu 3 for 18. Bowls his last over. Bablu, the new batter. Swings and misses out. And finally gets up the mark with a single. This is more crucial phase where any of these batters should stay till. Rohan should have rotated the strike. As you've seen, Shaiu is looking out to be very good touch. Could have continued scoring in such fashion. But if he doesn't get the right partner and the partner is losing their way in the middle at some point of time, Shaiu might also be stopped expressing himself well. As things were going really well. Couldn't get much control over there. As this is a dangerous bowler where Shaiu must be very careful. You've also seen a missed opportunity against Ramesh Naidu for Shaiu. Pulls it away and times it to the perfection. Excellent placement. And the ball reaches onto the commentary box straight away. This one doesn't give much width to the batter. He himself managed to get into back foot and created the width to pull it away. There you could see the dugout behind that yellow banner. There the commentary box is. As things were quite good. That he's using his bottom hand to control things away. That Harish is the fielder at deep. Will be keeping the strike back for the next over. 158 for 6.
Score 158 for 6. 14 overs completed.
Have been turned out to be a wonderful spell. 24 for 3 Ramesh Naidu. 80 runs of just 37 balls. That is looking out to be in good touch. Sai with the ball. Oh, that's hit the stumps. A surprising dismissal. A change of bowling, change of pace came in and eventually brought in the breakthrough as well. I think this is the most crucial ball of this innings. Shaiu, the batter, being dismissed. The big fish was expected to score a century but unfortunately lost his way. And this particular ball, I think there have been a misjudgment with the bounce. It's been low and skidding on. Could clearly see this. Look at that. It's very low keeping. Could never be able to reach that level. Very unfortunate that Shaiu is walking back to the pavilion, but that's a hats off innings from him. 80 runs from his name. A standalone performer. Almost half a team's runs were scored by him. It's 158 for 7. Shaiu walks back to the pavilion. Was really good to watch out for. Dharma, the new batter, comes in. But this is a tricky situation. There were a possibility of 250. But now 200 is a question mark as their set batter is gone. It's more like tailenders coming in. We're not sure about whether they're having tail or lower middle order batters. Lower middle order batters, it seems. Dharma shows the sign of that.
Too late, too late.
That he gets up the mark straight away with that single. Just 3 wickets in hands. They'll be keeping focused on those 3 wickets rather than bowling the entire 20 overs, which eventually make them to reach 200 runs. Catches the call and that is taken. Look at that celebration. This is one of the greatest catch we've seen in this tournament. He's making it simple, just bringing his left hand at the right time. As a right arm bowler, this is a little challenging. This way will give us a better angle. Look at that reaction. They had a bit of reaction time, but still that is a wonderful catch. As that turns out to be wicket number 8. And that disappointment on the batter's face shows. Bablu was expecting something to be bigger, but unfortunately had to depart. 159 for 8.
First 2 wickets. Score 159 for 8. 14.10 innings. Remaining 3.
Two exposure. கொஞ்சம் exposure.
Raghava, the new batter, comes in at number 10.
Too ready.
Twist in the tail here. Chennai Super Greens are coming back harder in the game. It's all about dismissing that one batter for both the games for Chennai Super Greens. They were doing well as a bowling unit, but failing to stop that one batter who plays aggressively and changes the game away from them. It was Sunmaker and Muttarasi yesterday, and it is strong appeal. Shaiu today. So if that batter doesn't place in that standard today, things would be completely different. They would have got an easy target to chase on. I think that's where the difference comes in. Now they are also playing without their initial captain. That they've been missing Sendil, who usually been a tremendous batter but didn't had a positive start to this season. And this man, my God, Sai is outstanding today with the ball. 2 wickets, in fact 3 wickets, 19 runs. And having one more over to be bowled is at his best today. Chance for the second run. Will be satisfied with a single. 161 for 8 after 15.
Peter score 161 for 8.
Strict and public contact and shows great work. Regards positive. Okay, okay.
161 for 8.
Vishnu Vinay.
And Vishnu back into the attack. A left arm medium pacer, Vishnu Ramesan. 21 runs in first over, but eventually most of them came as extras and wide plus fours. He bowled a lot of extras in the first over. But now this seems to be quite good under control with the way how he is maintaining his line. If I'm the skipper, I would have told the players, told the bowlers to focus on taking those 2 wickets. Let's not stretch this innings. The more they stretch this innings, the better they can get over time. This might eventually become 180 or 190 or even 200 at some point of time. Taking 2 wickets before they reach 170, not that easy, but if they try to be desperate in that approach, they might do that as well. And this seems to be a winning game as well for Chennai Super Greens. Oh, another one that gets extra bounce. This is really a good piece of bowling here. That Vishnu Ramesan is trying to contain things under control, not letting the batter to take any advantage over there. The strike rotation seems to be challenging. Swing and a miss, couldn't get the control that he was looking for, as that went for wide as well. Swings and misses out, as things were quite good under control. This turns out to be dot ball number 4 with 2 to end the over. Every run matters a lot right from here. That'll be going away from their control and was not given wide anyway. 5 dot balls in a row, and Dharma would have been feeling a lot more pressure that this angle from a left arm medium pacer might not be comfortable for many batters out there, especially for lower middle order batter who have to fix things up at this point of time. Will be really challenging. Catches the call as that gets a thickish outside and boundary as well. Lucky one this had turned out to be, as things were quite good under control. Very unfortunate last ball for Vishnu Ramesan. It's been bowled way outside the off stump. There you could see. And got the thickish outside edge, which eventually got things into control. 166 for 8. But of extra bounce over there. Sai to bowl his last over. 3 for 20. 2 in his previous over, especially the wicket of the said batter. Shaiu's wicket was taken by Sai. That's the most crucial and turning point of this innings. Brought in a lot of hopes for Chennai Super Greens to do well. But keep a focus on these 2 wickets must be important. On to the path, strong shouts. Will eventually be just a single over there to stop things out before taking up any momentum. That brings strike back to Dharma as well, who scored a boundary in the last ball of previous over. I felt a pattern in the way how the bowlers got shuffled in this innings, with the way how the medium pacers used in the power play to the way how spinners got a chance to bowl in the middle overs. And the time when Sai came in, it changes the context of the game. The only thing that looks ironical is Harish have completed his spill with a desperate intent. Should have took some time to keep an over for the death overs, which is the only thing that they might have thought for a second idea. That Harish is one of the prime bowlers of the side. If he is not given another over, that builds the confidence for the batting unit.
மழை வந்தா அந்த அது இதுண்டு பெருசு வாங்கிச்சா போரி
As it is turning out to be quite good under control. Taking his own time in the middle. Dharma's playing in left. I'm sorry, now it's Raghava. Strong shouts as Sai Kumar is appealing for a run out as well. We'll be getting a couple of runs on the board for that. Harish Kumar, the captain of the side. No chance of any overs to be bowled today. A furious left arm pacer but finished his spell today a little early. That leads up to them looking for other opportunities to be taken. Oh, this is beautiful placement. Exceptional stroke making to score a boundary. He uses the pace of the ball and guides it the way where nobody is standing at the deep so that it eventually goes for boundary. Just take back a look at that. On top of the ball and guides away. Third man was standing finer, and this outfield is a great supporting of batters.
3 live 2 live 2 exposure parana
Run out opportunity, and that's been put down. At the last moment, there have been a bit of collapses in the middle, and that brings us to the end of Sai's spell. 3 for 28 in his 4 overs. 17 gets completed, 175 for 8.
Seventeen overs completed. Score 175 for 8 wickets.
Swing and a miss. Couldn't take the control over there as he's continuing out to bowl Vishnu Ramesan. His third over. He was very good at bowling in the previous over too. 5 dot balls and 1 boundary. But they're almost 175 now. No chance of picking any wickets out there. Straight away trying to nail this Yorker, which is not into his way of control. As this is more like dealing into dot balls and singles over there. Getting himself into the control over there, Raghava. Thickish outside edge as it gets just a single over there. This is a minute margin for error where the batters were finding it difficult to score boundaries, yet they were guiding the ball into the gap so that they could get a couple of runs. Run out opportunities. As that's been missing down over there. These were quick singles that's changing the context of this game.
டாட்டா கொடுத்த வந்து இங்கே வந்து டாட்டா கொடுக்கும். டாட்டா பாபாய். இங்கே வந்து டாட்டா பாபாய். നിങ്ങൾ തന്നെ പറഞ്ഞ ഇവിടെ ശ്രീമൻ കംപ്ലീറ്റ് ടാറ്റ
With 2 to end the over. Swings and misses out, couldn't get the control that he's looking for. One more time he's been trying to bowl on the same length. This time a little getting closer to avoid those thickish outside edges. Been a poor start with the ball, but Vishnu Rameshan somehow manages to get some control. He was 21 his first over. Swing and a miss. And one more good over from Vishnu Ramesh and 3 gets in that over. That's 178 for 8 after 18. In fact, that seems to be getting a feather out there. And that was a wicket ball, lost ball bowled by Vishnu Ramesh and got his first wicket. 1 for 29 in 3 overs. Might also be bowling the last over. This is what we've been speaking about. Didn't saw much celebrations, didn't saw any expressions or emotions out there. We thought that the over got completed. Even the on-field umpire was not rising up his fingers. Not sure when this was decided. But Shaiu, the new batter, comes in at number 11. Shaiu was not new to the crease. He was in the crease as a run by player for the batters, but now as an individual batter comes in at number 11. And there is a new bowler into the attack. Surprising to see such things happening out there. Sendil believed in Zalla and gave a lot of opportunities to him yesterday. But in today's bowling action, it was well packed with pacers and spinners in the middle overs. And they forgot to give over to Zala Genti by now finally giving one over to be bowled at the 19th, which might be difficult for some bowlers to adapt to the situation. But now with the last wicket in control, they could eventually try that and hit the stumps. Zala came late to the party, but somehow managed to get something in control over there. And that's the way how the innings coming to an end. 178 for 10 is the final total in 18.2 overs as the innings coming to an end. Stepped out. There comes the celebration as well. Well, that's been a wonderful first inning so far. Delhi Dynamic Strikers had a mix-up of performance altogether. They won the toss. They had decided to bat first. Would have been happy with the numbers they have posted here. where the likes of Govindarasu and Sudhir Shah have lost their way in the middle. It was Vignesh C and Shaiju built up that partnership to make it possible. Taking a quick back look at whatever happened so far in the first innings as a quick highlights. This was how it started after winning the toss. Govindarasu started finding ways to score runs on the board. Boundary and a boundary. That's how the innings have started. And then Harish tried to give a good comeback over that. The bowling unit started picking some wickets as the openers have lost their way in the middle while trying to get it in good control. Both Sudhir and Govindarasu have lost their wickets in a regular interval of time. This was the first one, and followed by this one happened over there when new ball bowlers got things in control. And then came this partnership, which eventually lead the innings to the bright future. Together they have almost made 71 runs together. Vignesh C along with Shaiju, and Shaiju, the special performer today, took the control, attacked the poor deliveries, respected the good deliveries, and Vignesh was initially very good at fireworks in power play, gone over the bowlers' heads, pulled it away. The short selections are precise. Every over, one boundary from Vignesh's side have came on, and that's how the innings got built at the end of the power play as well as in the middle overs as well. Until this twist suddenly happened in the innings as Vignesh have lost his wicket to Ramesh Naidu. That's when the innings got twisted towards in favor of the bowling unit Chennai Super Greens as Ramesh Naidu came in and straight away started picking wickets in a regular interval of time. Almost 3 wickets on his name. It all started with that dismissal of Vignesh. But on the other end, we eventually had Shaiju batting well. These cover drives and lofted shots, whatever he've done, he had things on his control. He had the strike rate on his control, as both of them had things to be controlled eventually. This is how the spinners came in. Ramesh Naidu started picking Vignesh's wicket. We thought that this would be the turning point of this innings. Yes, obviously this was a turning point to other batters as wickets kept on falling on one end, but Shaiju's intent to go for big shots have never got controlled. The other batters have made it to be a difficult instinct against Ramesh Naidu, but this man took up the responsibility of playing good knocks, especially these inside outs through the covers and flick shots and sweep shots against spinners. This was a soft dismissal of Ramesh Naidu, which was one of the standalone performance to watch out for. A typical leg spinner's delight where he flied the ball was slow in the air and made the batter to lost his wicket. Venkat was the batter being dismissed, and then Thiagu came in but couldn't create an impact with Shaiju, faced a couple of dot balls and then eventually gave a catch to Vivek to lose his wicket. But within that gap, even we've seen Shaiju scoring a couple of boundaries. That was a partnership anyway before Vivek. Thiagu lost his wicket, in fact. This was the sweep shot where Ramesh Naidu was dominating, but eventually Shaiju understood the pace and rhythm in which this man was bowling. As this partnership continued over there, we've seen a couple of duckouts. Thiagu, Rohan have lost their wickets for 0, and Bablu lost his wicket for 1 run, Venkat for 4 runs. So these batters losing their way in the wickets for single digits and duckouts, which led the team to face some pressure that leads up to Shaiju 2 to be replicated. Yet this man tried to pull things away for a maximum, tried to hit the key players of the side like Ramesh Naidu for a boundary. And this over was very crucial where Sai came in and picked up back-to-back wickets one after the other. And this catch was outstanding, which is huge reaction time over there. Yet the run rate was continuing as they had Shaiju losing his way. The other batters trying to keep things under control. But somehow they manages to get a couple of boundaries here and there where Raghava, Dharma and the other batters have managed to do that in their control. But things didn't got over until they finished things. This is how Jala ended things in a fashion. 178 for 10.
Players exited for second innings. 12-10. Fielding team. Fielding team. Ulala. Batsman ready. Batsman's ready. Fielding team with Ulala. Fielders in the Ulala. Narendra Singh. Striker name Narendra Singh. Non-striker name Soy. Bowler name
Yes. 11
bowler
ముక్కాల
Telugu.
రెడీ గైస్
Bowler.
రెడీ ഇറങ്ങിയതേ ഇല്ലയാ
Target 179 for 20 overs.
లైవ్
Welcome to the second innings, ladies and gentlemen. It's Narendra Sharma and Sai by the openers as the target is 179. Would be pretty happy with the Chennai Super Greens, as there were times the target was expected to be 250 or 240 odd with the kind of pace on which Delhi were travelling. But finally, some wickets at the end, especially with the way how Sai did, made things possible for them. Yet, this is a trickier target. This can never be told as an easy one. Bablu with the ball to start the proceedings. Can this be able to pull off? Yesterday, they had scored 180 odd when they were chasing 247 against Mumbai. So, this batting lineup has an ability to score 180, especially with the likes of Ramesh Naidu doing well. And Sai is a good batter, and Narendra Sharma is a very good batter in power play. Should all mix up together. Bablu with the ball. First ball of the innings. As that eventually gets first runs as well, trying to show his soccer skill, Shaiu. Let the ball to reach the boundary ropes. Positive start to the first ball. It's been bowled way outside the off stump, and Narendra Sharma is very good playing those slicing deliveries. Third man was standing fine. You could see that this outfield is very quick. Yet there was a possibility to stop that going for boundary. But this was a little bit reluctant effort from the fielder trying to use boots to save the ball. That gives you 50% luck, 50% chance. Power play is the crucial factor here. The more you use the power play, the much better you could get. Go straight down the ground this time. Well, speaking about big stages, partnerships are the crucial factors. And one of two batters taking up the responsibility to play long innings, maybe 70s, 80s, or even century, will help us to score runs. That's how yesterday they had scored 180, but 90 runs scored by Ramesh Naidu. On a 246 scored by Mumbai, Sunmaker scored a century and 66 by Muttarasa. So two batters took most of the responsibilities. Run out opportunity. So keeping this in mind, you can't expect all the 7 batters to do well. All you need is to stop that one batter to doing well. Maybe the other batters can score a quick fire 10, 15 or 20, which will be very much helpful for that one particular batter who's going to do well today. We are not sure about who it is going to be. It may be Ramesh Naidu again, or it may be Sai, it may be Narendra Sharma. But one batter have to play long innings with aggressive intent. Well, that is how it is going to be helpful for them. Been a pretty decent over so far from Bablu, despite of conceding a couple of runs on the board. He was having the discipline in his landings. Look at that. Should have been taken maybe, but not an easy one. Bablu was a tall right arm bowler. That's why he was managed to keep his hands on that. Oh, unfortunate. Lets the batters to rotate the strike as well. But it have been a good over. I'll say this is some Glenn McGrath kind of stuff that Bablu never gets carried away, never thinks about the target, just loves to bowl, loves to bowl. Good length outside the off stump with a little bit of movement, takes the ball away. Much better one to end the over. That's dot ball. And 7 for no loss after 1.
One over completed. Team score 7 for no runs. Bowling in.
Sendil, the new bowler, into the attack. Have an ability to change the game single-handedly. But the day should work well for him. It's more like Mohammad Siraj. If Mohammad Siraj starts doing well, he'll be picking up 4-5 wickets in a short span of time that could eventually complete the game. The Asia Cup final 2023 was a great example of that. But yes, Sendil have also been like that. We've seen him performing well in some tournaments. There was one game where he had picked up 4 wickets, I think 4 or 6 wickets in fact, in a same innings that changed the entire context of the game. Even he came as a middle overs bowler. He was not even in the power play. Similarly, in today, if Sendil continues out to bowl with full commitment over there, he might be enjoying his brand of cricket. Punches down there with a couple of dot balls over there. That's how it used it to be. We've been speaking about the ability of Sendil to pull some pace. That's high in the air, and that eventually got itself cleared into the gaps as well. Tremendous stroke making from side. This was a fuller length with a little bit of change of pace that got squeezed to the deep point region, and a much needed one at this point of time for sixer of the innings. The dot ball to end the over, the 16 for no loss.
In Adinari. 2 overs completed. Score 16 for no loss.
Continues out to bowl Bablu. As things are getting into good control over there. Big shot, and that's been good stop as well. We'll never be able to get some boundary out there, but with the way how Narendra Sharma and Sai were pasting this partnership, this seems to be quite good under control. They were taking up the entire responsibility of keeping things moving forward. Swing and a miss. Couldn't get the control that he's looking for. I love the way how Bablu is adopting to this line and length, one after the other. Is keeping that moving. The back of length that pushes him in control. exceptional bowling performance. This is turning out to be Bablu. Back of length, one after the other, and sometimes a slight bit of movement away, which doesn't let the batters to score comfortably. This is way more important to keep things going on. Here it also takes them to have the courage to bowl such line and length one after the other. What if this misses out of control? What if this goes away from that region? Strong appeal. Missing down the leg, says the on-field umpire. These are surprising deliveries from him. That he was making the batters to expect something outside the off stump and straight away attacking the stumps. I think these are the areas they have to be very much careful.
ப்ரோ இது வேற ஒரு சீசன் இருக்குல்ல மணிஷர் டிவி
Big shot. Swings it well and nobody standing at the deep to save that, going for boundary. Narendra Sharma gets it right at the right point of time.
3 overs completed. Score
The 3 gets completed, 24 rollers. But speaking about this particular shot, it was almost a Goodland delivery onto the leg stump line. In fact, a back of length onto the middle stump. This is not an easy one to play in that particular region. He's trying to conceive that well and delivers a boundary. Big shot again. This time even much better. Much better. Should have been out of the park. But Ned saved the ball. A warm welcome to Sendil. This was the way how he completed the over of Sendil too. 6 on the last ball of Sendil's over and 6 on the first ball of Sendil's second over.
க்ளோஸ் bowler
It's very close. Similar kind of length. Seems like he didn't learn from the mistakes. Punches it through the point direction. A typical new ball batter's delight. This is impressive stroke making. Now whatever you do, I'm gonna take you in charge. Sendil is under pressure for sure. This invites him to play for the cut shot. Come on, hit me over for a boundary. In fact, most of the batters will say thank you so much for that. That's such a kind of ball. Much better one from Sendil, but the timing seems to be perfect as it conceived to go for the boundary. Back-to-back boundaries, 14 runs in 3 balls. He is in a statement today, Sai. 3 wickets with the ball. And look at the bat pace was opened and just guides the way in between the fielders.
அதல்லே
This is outstanding performance out there from Sai. Another one in the air, fielder under the ball, but only to be a spectator of that, going for a maximum. Another sixer. It's 20 runs of 4 balls. Sai is unstoppable against Sendil. I think I also see a pattern of bowling here. We'll speak about that. Look at the line. Every time the length is changing, but the line is not changing. Fuller length outside the off stump, back of length outside the off stump, good length outside the off stump. Maybe changing the line might give a different result to Sendil. Oh, this is much better over the bowler's head. And even more distance covered. 26 runs already in this over. And this is turning out to be dangerous as Sendil has started feeling the pressure. straight away invaded the stumps. Seems like it's out of the park.
New ball.
Yeah, it went away. The search and new ball have been proposed. Since this is just the fourth over, they could eventually try focusing on a search of a new ball.
Alibaba 50 karo.
New ball. Ball ready now. New ball.
Pushing himself onto the back foot to keep the strike back for the next over. It's 27 runs coming off the over, 47 for no loss after 4.
For no loss. Out ball முடியில் மனித wicket 47. Wicket இழப்பு.
Change of bowler Raghava with the ball. We've been speaking about him in the previous day's game as well. There have been few bowlers will be having that wicket-taking nag, despite of how they perform or the kind of techniques that they follow. He's such a kind of bowler. Whenever he comes in, he's somehow bringing out the breakthrough. But this man is having different answers to all these questions. Continues to pace the same brand of cricket Sai. Massive batting performance. A man straight away from Telangana came in. I feel that this is also kind of invitation when you bowl such full and delivery in power play. Then you can never expect that to go for boundary. That not to go for boundary, in fact. That's where these things were kept in control. Swing and a miss, couldn't get the control that he's looking for. It's better to take some time. When the batter is in good rhythm, the bowler can never need to bowl quickly. He can spend some time, have a chat, tie his shoelace. This might make the batter wait and break his rhythm. This is tactical and this is ethical that he could do. Since the batter is in good form, you can't bowl the next ball immediately. He's in good touch and he's in good mindset. That finds the air and eventually picks the gap as well, goes for boundary. This up in the regular tail in which Sai moves to 40s, 42 of just 14. Turning out to be an all-round performer. Much better line, yet there wasn't a fielder standing outside the 30th circle. It's only the sweeper cover is running and getting disappointed. Hits the boundary banner of Polar Bear anyway. 56 for no loss. Wonderful opening partnership together. Narendra Sharma is playing a wonderful second fiddle to Sai Kumar, whereas Sai is thrashing the bowlers left and right. Much better one this has been. But I'll still say this is a risky line and risky length. If it gets the middle of the blade, you can never find a fielder, as the ball might be going to boundary or sixer. But yet, we'll speak about that luck factor. It may be a luck factor, it may be an intuition, it may be superstition, whatever we may call. But some players will always have that wicket taking nag. And I still believe Raghava will have that, at least through runouts or through somehow getting those wickets. He's very good at doing that. He was doing that consistently in every tournament, every game. Have never been the mainstream bowler, have never been the frontline option, but yet when he comes into the middle overs, he somehow manages to get things under control. Picks the placement, and that is a good save from the fielder. Should have been a boundary anyway if it got a better connection. Been a decent over from Raghava after conceding a couple of boundaries in the first two balls. Back to back dots as well. Now my question is, will Sai rotate the strike and keep the strike back for the next over? Or will he try to go for boundary if there is a loose option? There comes the answer. Last ball of this over. Sweeper cover inside the 30-yard circle. Long on and long off at the boundary ropes. Was given a wide ball. He was a little shocked to see that, Raghava. But anyway, have to continue to bowl the last ball again. 10 runs coming off this over. It was a pretty decent over comparing to the previous one. They've conceded 27 in the previous one. Sendil, one of the prime bowlers of Delhi, got punished. This was what I was expecting for, but the intent was not successful. That's a dot ball to end the over. It's 57 for no loss after 5. Shaiu, the new bowler, comes into the attack. 80 runs with the bat, and now with the ball to accompany his side. Can he be able to pull things away like the way how he did in the first innings? Sai was doing that anyway. He was taking wickets in a regular interval of time, and he is now scoring runs on the board. Similarly, Shaiu was scoring runs. Can he be able to pick some wickets? Some magic. Sometimes a good performer will carry that forward to the second innings as well. Maybe the skipper would have gone with that instinct too. Vignesh might be coming on to bowl the next over. Once he comes in, the run flow might get stopped as he's a difficult bowler to score runs on the board, especially if you try to find the aerial route. The possibilities of losing wickets will be very high. Couldn't get much control over there. Pretty decent with the kind of line that he is maintaining, Shaiu. But Sai was in good form, don't forget that. But this break was slight a bit of rhythm break. He was not on strike for a while. The hydration break, and then Narendra Sharma getting the strike and rotating it back. Glides it behind, the fielders chasing down the ball. It rolls and good save. Surprising to see that getting only a single run. Sai was not showing interest to get the strike back. This is the last over of power play, that he could make the maximum numbers out of it if he gets a strike back. Just 2 runs coming off this over. Shaiu is trying to contain things in the control. Much better line, much better length. That seems to be stops the batters from expressing themselves to the fullest. But I'll say this is a wonderful power play in terms of batting. They didn't lose any wicket and they have maintained the run rate more than 10 runs per over. This sets the platform and the tone for this chasing. Now just 120 more runs requires in 186 balls, which is quite gettable at this point of time. Edges and finds the third man in deep. Be just a single and brings a strike back to Sai to face the last ball of power play. It's 1-0-1-0-1. Could that be a 0 if this pattern continues? Then tremendous last over of power play. Didn't let the batters to score much runs on this over. We'll be keeping the strike back for the next over. That's power play getting completed. 61 for no loss.
6 over completed, score 61 for no loss. 6 over completed, score 61 for no loss. In the power play, bowler named Goggle.
The batter boy and
Back on strike, Sai. And Raghava continues to bowl. We have to wait for Vignesh to come into the attack. But as of now, this seems like they were looking for the wicket-taking nag option. The man somehow manages to pick wickets. That doesn't mean he's lucky. He gives his efforts. Everyone gives their efforts. But for some bowlers, this will happen. Someone could be able to pull things off. And that's where Raghava is an outstanding cricketer. Where the frontline bowlers couldn't be able to do that, will be a very rare incident. Only that comes into the picture. The secondary bowlers take the responsibility. And he's very good at doing that. Cuts it away. And the placement seems to be perfect. Sweeper cover chases down the ball. Yet he overran and tried to save that. You gotta have another view on that. But anyway, that's a couple of runs on the board for Sai. Whether his hands were landing over the boundary ropes or not while grabbing the ball, seems like he was in control. That saves 2 runs for his side as well. Imagine if this game goes 1 ball, 2 runs requires. These 2 runs will be the difference. Starting things off with a dot ball over there. Raghava continues to bowl a couple of dot balls. I could clearly see that the batting hurry have been came down. The sides have started looking into responsible options. The only over he was aggressive was against Sendil, and then he have started taking himself into the back foot, trying to make it to a longer innings. The conversion is the plan, it seems. Strong shouts and the fingers are going up. That's where this breakthrough happens. The first breakthrough is here. And that comes on with a man who had that wicket taking nag, Raghava. Sai was disappointed. He was not happy with the decision, but on-field umpire's decision will be the final one. And for us too, with this angle, we may not be getting conclusive viewpoint, but the on-field umpires might get that. It seems to be close. He was not stretching himself forward, so there is more possibilities for this being given out. That was very good innings coming to an end. Sai 46 runs. Unfortunately, he walks back to the pavilion. It's 63 for 1. New batter into the crease. Gurmal Brar comes in at number 3. Yet there is a good platform to make this chasing happening. 116 requires of 80 balls and a good start to the power play. There is another set batter, Narendra Sharma, out there. If they doesn't collapse as the time flows, doesn't lose wickets in a regular interval of time, this game is going to be in their hands. Maybe this duo can save some 30 runs, the other duo can score some 20 runs together. They could eventually get closer to the winning target. And all they need is one batter to take the entire responsibility of scoring runs on the board. That's the fashion of this tournament. So far we've seen one batter performances that won matches. The first match we've seen Sunmaker, more like Muttarasan Sunmaker or Misfield. And on the other game, even in the second innings, we've seen Ramesh Naidu trying to score 180 runs for the team total, single-handedly scoring 90 runs on that. And one after the other, we've seen batters taking up that responsibility. One man's ability and the others contributing around him matters the most. If others fail to score, that may be the end of that particular batter. Shaiu was having very good innings today, but unfortunately he didn't got a partner. Eventually he lost his wicket in a point where there wasn't much partners to support him. If they work on that way, both Narendra Sharma and Gurmal Brar can make this chase a pleasant one. Maybe within 18 overs. There is still a possibility for that. 7 gets completed, 65 for 1.
Size.
Continues out to bowl Shaiu empty. Strong shouts and chants of a wicket as well. Miscommunication that brings out the breakthrough as well. This is a hurry-burry effort in the middle. That one brought 2. The previous over they got the first wicket out. That one is bringing them the 2. It's working well here. The wickets have started collapsing in the middle overs. But this is an unfortunate event. They should have not taken this effort. Just taking back a look at the dismissal. It's on to the pads. The appeal was going on. It's almost there and Shaiu was getting closer to it. Look at the way he was desperate to get that. That's very unfortunate. Gurmal Brar has to depart. That's 65 for 2, which brings Ramesh Naidu comes in at number 4. The most dependable batter. If one man could change the fate of this game, it would be him. He had the potential. He scored 90 runs yesterday. He was doing well with the ball today. So all these things puts up together. If Ramesh Naidu could replicate what he did yesterday, they could eventually reach out the winning margin. The first victory for them in this tournament. Getting his marks ready. Ramesh Naidu, one of the outstanding performers of the tournament despite of the team's performance. He gave his 100% with the bat and with the ball, especially with the bat. A batter to watch out for. But today, the similar kind of performance will be expected from him as well. So all this history, all this legacy, all these appreciations for turning out to be an expectation of him performing well today. This is not the right practice, but yet sometimes an individual player's legacy might create an expectation, might create a buzz. Gets off the mark with a single straight away, Ramesh Naidu. This may be turning out to be a little bit of pressure as well. Yet they have to focus on scoring runs on the board. Not getting nervous, not getting pressured. There is no space for pressure. They had a wonderful power play. The required run rate is 8.92, whereas the current run rate is 9.00, which is much better than the required run rate. All they need is a good partnership and keep moving the scoreboard till the 19th over. Strong shouts from the wicketkeeper. No signs of that being given out. Shaiu smiling as he knows this is an expectation of luck. What if the on-field umpire rises up his fingers? That's what happened with the LBW. We're not sure whether it's out or not out. The batter was disappointed. Sai Kumar, he was expecting that to be an inside edge. Good connection onto the middle of the blade, and the long on-fielder had no possibilities to chase that. A welcome boundary from Narendra Sharma. Every time when there is a crisis, this man comes up with responsibility. I'm there to score that boundary and end the crisis up. Breaks the silence with that shot. And the placement is perfect. I could hardly recall Kieran Pollard does this in international cricket and IPL as well. That'll be long on and that'll be mid-wicket covered. He used to place it into the cow corner region, just as what Narendra Sharma did. It'll be grounded shot and it'll be travelling quick. Another one at the same region as the fielders converging together. Had a good control against the ball this time. But this length is a welcome length for Narendra Sharma. He's very good at playing that shot one again and again. Must change the length while bowling to such batters. And Ramesh Naidu, you don't have a loophole. He lost his wicket through run out yesterday when he scored 90. So we didn't really found a particular loophole on him. He plays 360 degree. He plays the cut shot well. He sweeps the ball well. He steps out. He plays the cover drive. Then where will he bowl? Even the pull shot is good. Maybe at the initial phase of their innings, the batters might be nervous. They might take some time. That's a space where the bowlers to take control. 8 overs completed, 72 for 2. Continues out to bowl. Raghava starts things off with the dot ball. As this is turning out to be a silent over, Raghava may still continue out on picking up wickets. That doesn't mean every day Raghava pick wickets, but there is this buzz and expectation which he fulfills most of the time. That Ramesh Naidu must also be careful while taking risk against such bowlers. He'll usually take his own time in the middle and start finding gaps to score runs on the board. But what's most surprising is I didn't saw Vignesh coming on yet. This is not a bad condition for spinners. Spinners are doing well yesterday. That was a different track anyway. But even in this wicket, spinners have the ability to do well today. But I'm not sure why this is getting delayed on Vignesh's arrival. Cuts it and that is taken. Soft dismissal. Never expected this would happen, but when there is Raghava, there is a huge possibilities of wicket. Every over there is a wicket kept on falling. As this turns out to be wicket number 3. 73 for 3 it is. It was a back of line delivery outside the off stump, supposed to be a cut shot. I won't blame the batter for such shots, but he was just checking the shot. Look at that, he was not completing it well. It's more like giving a catch practice. Not even a movement required for the fielder. This is very unfortunate. Narendra Sharma got a good start, yet couldn't consolidate the momentum and convert it into big numbers. 73 for 3. Salah Genti by the new batter comes in at number 5. As Raghava continues out to bowl. Just connects it to the long on region. As things were quite good under control with the way how it's going. Been a tremendous performer out there, Raghava. He's another energetic cricketer. We spoke a lot about Harish in the first innings. Similarly, Raghava have also been that one guy who brings joy to the dressing room, who mocks with others, makes fun of things, and taking things lightly. But when it comes to the game, the seriousness level will be very high. His commitment to the game have been immense. 9 overs completed, 75 for 3. Quentin Tarantino's movie. Quentin Tarantino, you know. Okay, okay. This was anyway 20 years old movie.
Yes, old movie. Old movie. To exposure of
Vignesh, see, finally into the attack, the captain to bowl the 10th over.
3 live.
Now this is going to be the real challenge for Ramesh Naidu. He was a leggy himself.
3 live.
I've seen with the way how he troubled Shaiu in the first innings as a leggy,
2 live.
picked up a couple of wickets as well. Now this is more like a karma. You have to face a leggy now.
1
You
live.
are into the urge of bringing this innings to the next level, and you're getting a leg spinner in front.
1 live. 1
But
live.
with the danger lines of Vignesh would be,
1 live.
oh, that is a miscommunication. They ran second run for that.
3 ready.
This time the fielder took some extra time, which makes the batters to get the runs. But you're speaking about Vignesh's ability. The more you're trying to be busy, the more you lose your wickets against Vignesh. The more you're staying calm, not showing any hurry-burry intent to score runs on the board, there won't be any problem over there. Swings and misses out, couldn't get the control that he is looking for.
Three live. 1 live.
Steps out and finds the aerial route, catches the call, and that is taken.
3 live. 1 live.
Look at the celebration, that energy. They know the importance of this particular batter.
Ready. 2 live.
And I could clearly see every wicket gets an involvement
3
of
live.
this man,
1 live.
Mr. Raghava of Vignesh. See, the captain came in
3 ball.
and straight away brought in the breakthrough that they require.
1 live. 2 live.
This
3
is
live.
this is really challenging. That Ramesh Naidu stepped out and tried to go over the long off fielder. It got misconnected. And he clearly knows that this is going to be taken. Very good catch taken at the covers by Raghava. One more wicket gets Raghava involved. In fact, every wicket has a Raghava factor in it. 77 for 4.
രണ്ട് പേര് മാച്ച് ആവുന്നത് രണ്ട് പേര് എക്സ്പോസർ കൂട്ടാണ് എക്സ്പോസർ ആയിട്ട് രണ്ടാണ്
We've been speaking about this before Ramesh Naidu lost this wicket. When you try going against Vignesh, you might lose your wicket. If you try to be defensive, you might not be losing your wicket. Exactly that's what happened. He'll bowl slightly flighting through the air. That doesn't let the batters to get control against the ball fully. But Ramesh Naidu wanted to step out and go over the long off fielder. Vignesh dismissed him when the intent was attacking. As this is turning out to be another interesting delivery to watch out for. Vignesh C comes in at the right point of time and stops the run rate moving. I could remember it was 61 in the power play and just 16 runs in the 4.5 overs. And they lost 4 wickets in this span of time. 16 for 4 it is in this middle overs. And there is 4 more overs to go over the middle overs as well. A fantastic over coming to an end. That's 77 for 4 after 10.
77 for 4.
Sehwag into the attack. Straight away there has been a replacement out there. Raghava was replaced by Sehwag. As Vivek, the new batter, came in the last over. Left-right combination, it seems. Zala, Gentibai. There was a time when two openers were solidly performing. Sai and Narendra Sharma. Now look at the way how they are performing. Two new batters struggling hard to keep up the momentum going. I hope the next 5 overs are going to be challenging. That the batters should not take any unwanted risk at this point of time so that the wicket column could be saved and they could post a better number at the end of 20 overs. This was exactly what happened in the first innings as well. Good start and then the batters got collapsed. In fact, except Shaiu, all the other batters have failed to perform in a standard. That may have also be a problem out there.
One life, two life.
Standing on the off stumps. Oh my god. A huge beamer which also earns a couple of runs on the board. No ball plus 4 it is.
Three life.
As that was given no ball by the on-field umpire.
Two.
And free hit will be following out there. Seems he was trying to bowl an Yorker but it went out of his control. Now this is the right time for a new batter when you eventually get a no ball and free hit. Good time to get yourself up early in the innings. One of 3 balls, Zala Gentibai now can take the entire license. He can hit anywhere and can never lose his wicket. Finds the aerial route and the timing seems to be perfect as it hits the boundary ropes as well. Tremendous stroke making and well use of the free hit as well. I could remember Zala Gentibai came in and immediately hit a 6 in the previous game as well. So he was known for scoring sixers early in the innings. He's not that kind of batter who tries to set themselves up and then trying to score boundaries and sixers. That time have also gone, That were old time mindset where the batters try to rotate the strike, get themselves set. In ODI, 50 runs is meant to be set. In T20, 25 to 30 is meant to be set and then they try to find aerial routes. But the format have changed. The first ball is going for a sixer and a 13-year-old boy scoring an IPL century. That's the trend here. Cricket has evolved. But we may be having different approach altogether. Playing conscious and then lifting up the gears at regular interval of time might be the right formula, but the way how cricket evolves, we have to follow that path. I think this is the right path now cricket is going. Whether it's healthier or unhealthier, that have never been a debate. Cricket find its economy and it will travel through that way. That's how it used to be. That's how ODI format was introduced. People criticized. How could a result be got in a day? Now we are getting a result in 3 hours and 2 hours. That's how the evolution happens. Every time an evolution happens, there have been some statements, there have been some fear, some vibrations that this may fail, this may be a bad idea, cricket will die. But cricket will survive in all these decisions. Even with that evolution of ODI format, people had found it a little bit difficult. They had scored just 150s and 120s in 60 overs and then they had adapted to that, started scoring 200s and 250s. And then came the time where the white ball cricket had started ruling the game. That was another change. And the teams have confidently started scoring 220s and 250s in just 50 overs. Then come the huge change. That's high in the air. Seems like it didn't got the distance it requires and finds the fielders at the sweeper cover. A much needed breakthrough at this point of time and Sehwag gets it done. Seems like he got shocked to see that catch was taken. He was expecting that to be a dropped opportunity. This was that shot. Not much pace on the ball. He was just checking the shot. That could be done only when you have pace on the ball. And no mistakes done by the sweeper cover fielder. 90 for 5 it is. Zala Gentibai is walking back to the pavilion.
Wickets.
என்னடா ஏய், ப்ரோ எக்ஸ்போஸ் கம்மி பண்ணு.
Harish, the new batter, the captain himself, comes into the crease. And at number 7,
3 leg, 1 ready, 2
as
ready.
this is turning out to be quite good under control. That they were trying to consolidate the momentum. It's still possible to get those runs if they build one big partnership in the middle. If that partnership happens, everything could be controlled and the chase would be done peacefully.
2 leg,
Dot ball to end the over. That's 91 for 5.
11 overs completed. Score 91 for 5. 11 overs completed. Score 91 for 5.
two,
Continues out to bowl Vignesh.
3 ready.
Two new batters one more time. There wasn't any space for the batters to set themselves out. Wicket falls in a regular interval of time. This pushes themselves under pressure.
2 leg,
There is no partnership, there is no individual performance. Then winning a game will be really tough. Catch is the call, and that is taken. Another good catch taken at the short third man. This time it is Shaiu the catcher, and Vignesh, see the captain up in front, taking up the responsibility
read flag.
and picking up wickets. He's one of the finest leg spinners out there in para cricket in India today. Look at that. Just do or die kind of delivery that made the batter to lose his way in the middle. 91 for 6 it is. Without smiles on the face from Vignesh.
3 leg,
91 for 6.
88.
Just 88 more runs required in 52 balls with 4 wickets in hands. This is turning out to be really challenging stuff to watch out for. Keeping one thing in mind that Delhi is still having a huge opportunity of making it to the finals. If they win the other battle they have against Mumbai today, and they'll also be expecting Mumbai to lose their match against Kolkata. So it's like one way Mumbai losing one match and the other match today, so that Delhi's gates will be opened. Even if Mumbai wins the other match, run rate plays a crucial role when Mumbai and Delhi face off together. However, the other two games are going to be interesting. Either the Mumbai Kolkata match and the Mumbai Delhi match, both are going to be intriguing to watch out for. Been a tremendous batter as well. He was a leading run scorer in the previous season, happened in Trichy, which was a different tournament, where he was scoring 30s and 70s match after match. Jatin Kumar, the new batter. No, two new batters yet to get off the mark. This is really challenging stuff to watch out for.
Only 4 wickets.
If confusion's over, that Jatin Kumar intends to go for the big shot. Why can't you go? You have a required run rate of 10.44. At least one big shot in an over is required if you're planning to win the game. Since they lost their key batters, this battle is going to be more like they've been left alone to chase down this target. But that's how it used to be. To all the new viewers out there, you're watching IPCL, Indian Para Cricket League 2.0. This is the second season of Indian Para Cricket League. Will be happening between the para cricketers, the physically challenged cricketers. All the 11 players, all the 15-member squad will be having disabled cricketers. Different kind of injuries, different kind of disabilities. 12 gets completed, 93 for 6.
Score 93 for 6 wickets. Sandil.
Sendil back into the attack. 36 runs in 2 overs. Remember the way how he conceded 27 runs in his second over. Sai Kumar was scoring 3 sixes and 2 boundaries and a single against Sendil. That was an over to forget for Sendil. But there is a lot more to be proven. That's the beauty of being a bowler. You make a mistake, but you always have a chance to prove yourself. That's high in the air. Fielder under the ball, but that goes for maximum. Distant continues out there. As one more time the batters have started hitting sixers. Jatin Kumar got under the ball and lifting it high. It got height and elevation and distance as well. But yet I'll see this to be a risky approach. Could still change the game on his favour, Sendil. Another one up in the air. Didn't got the connection that he was looking for. That's what we've been expecting from these kind of bowlers. There have been this famous saying from coaches across India. I don't know how this thought have been spreaded all over India, but all the coaches says the same. If you're a batter, one mistake and your game is gone. You have to sit in the dugout to the entire 20 overs, 50 overs of innings. Oh, beautiful shot, pierces between the fielders and eventually goes over the boundary ropes. Tremendous stroke making, and Harish gets off the mark with the boundary as well. Was this one being bowled outside the off stump, a good length delivery. There was a point on backward point fielders. Look at the way how he slices it between those two fielders. This is exceptional performance from Harish. He's a very good batter as well.
1 2 express करो 3 ready है 3 9
9 coming off this over. Senthil in a bit of frustration to get his first wicket. This was given wide. This is not working on favor of Senthil today. Whatever he tries to do is going out of his control. But while speaking about this, all-rounders started dominating the game. We didn't see much impact player rules comes into this form of cricket, the para cricket. But that would also be adapted over a point of time. If that happens, the role of an all-rounder will always be a question mark. You can use an extra bowler, you can use an extra batter, depends upon your innings. Then what's the exact role of using an all-rounder? Harish was an excellent all-rounder, bowler and a batter. Sai was an excellent all-rounder. So these aspects will be questioned. They'll be given an opportunity, but someone from the other generation who are aiming to become a cricketer will focus on one aspect. Overthrow. And that eventually gets a couple of runs as well. It's already an expensive over, and this adds more spice to that. 13 gets completed, 1 at 5 for 6. 13 gets completed, 1 at 6 for 6 it is.
13 overs completed, score 1 for 6. Now 3 runs for 42 balls. 73 runs for 42 balls.
One at 6 for 6. Sweeps it away. The timing seems to be perfect and the placement as well. Good try from the fielder, but it eventually goes for boundary. Starting off this over with the boundary shows some positivity. Harish and Jatin Kumar. This time it's been a flighted delivery that's been swept by going under the ball, but that fielder tried his best to save the boundary. Eventually he couldn't save that and fell down terribly. Positive start to the over as well. Now 7 overs, 72 needed of 41 balls. This seems to be quite good under control. Straight away bowls a quicker one. Thiagu, the new bowler. This may also be quite crucial stuff. In terms of chasing a target, you may get a partnership, you may start scoring runs on the board. Imagine you losing a wicket straight away. That's where this game goes out of your control. That brings Jatin back on strike. Much better one. I see there have been a wonderful variations out there with Thiagu. He's a good bowler. Despite of the first one went for the boundary, he's having ability to pull the batters out of the comfort zone. You have to read the ball from the hands. He's having variations and it's angling onto the batters as well. That's why straight bat must be implemented. Builds a slight bit of pressure on the batter Jatin Kumar. That hits the stumps and that's clean bowl. Thiagu came in with a boundary but somehow finishes things off in a style by picking up a wicket and breaks the partnership. Jatin Kumar, the batter, being dismissed. When the scoreboard is in Nelson, something happens and that happens in favor of Delhi. This one, another googly, and it eventually hit the stumps. Jatin Kumar's story coming to an end. It's triple one for 7.
Manoj, Jatin,
Okay.
Shiva, Colony, Shiva.
Sehwag back into the attack. It's triple one for 7 as Subhash Gandhi, the new batter, comes in at number 9. The last match of Chennai Super Greens. Lost the first game, lost the second game, the third match for them. If they lost this game again, then this tournament would be a bitter memory for them. Should finish things off with a shining winning moment. There is a possibility 68 in 6 overs. In modern day cricket, this would be gettable. As that gets a thickish outside edge and gets a boundary as well. Positive start to the first ball here. And Harish is the only hope that Chennai Super Greens will be having at this point of time. Not a poor delivery at all from Sehwag that eventually got outside edge and the fielder couldn't stop that going for boundary. Lucky runs here for Harisham, but that luck is something they really need at this point of time. And today it seems to be even much hotter than the previous day. I could clearly see the players are looking dry, dehydrated. Yet it's not up to the level of Chennai, but it's still hot, not much humid. Yesterday it was a little hot, it was a breezy, there were rain signs too, rainy clouds were surrounding the ground. So it was better weather to play the game of cricket. But today, there is no mercy from the sky and there are no mercy from the clouds. Subhash Gandhi, for the first time in today's game, comes in at number 9, has a lot more responsibility to carry it away. Don't remember that this man. Oh, that's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. Goes for another boundary. Sehwag was disappointed, but this is not also a right line to bowl on. We got to wait and watch on what was given to that. Seems like it's almost pitching at the close of the pitch. If it's pitching away from the pitch, should be given a no ball. In fact, if it crosses the pitch, in fact. But anyway, that's white plus 4 adds 4 runs to the fuel. Now they could smoothly run to get closer to the target, get closer to the 18th over. Then the rest will be decided by the last couple of overs. There have always been this beamer alert with Sehwag. He bowled a beamer already, and there is a possibility for one more too.
3 ball.
As things were quite good under control. Squeezes it through the covers. Chance of a catch, but that is a proper placement, which eventually earns them a boundary. Harish Shyam is playing some mature stuff here, taking up the responsibility. Just stepped out, reached the length of the ball, and opens the pace of the bat. That's where the difference comes in. That was a sweeper cover, but he was only a spectator, as this was landing way squarer. There comes the guest from Rotary Club of downtown Coimbatore. Rotary Club downtown Coimbatore were the owners of Mumbai team. They're enjoying today's game. The next game is going to be their game anyway. Mumbai are going to take Kolkata. Continues out to bowl over there. Another one through the covers. Much better stroke making. Yet it finds a fielder. I'll appreciate this intent from Harish. He's trying to get closer to the required target. 127 for 7.
127 for score. 127 for 7. Fifty-two runs needed, 30 balls.
In last 5 overs, 52 requires to win the game. Almost 10 runs in over. And 12 in single over can change the context of the game. Shaiu back into the attack. 0 for 11. Will be dangerous bowler. Have to take calculated risk against such bowlers. Harish Shyam looking out to be in good touch. Stepping out, reaching length of the ball. As this one seems to be quite good under control. After a very long time, we're going to watch Subhash Gandhi on strike. As Harish have started taking major places in terms of taking strike. As things were quite good under control. And just through the covers to get some runs on the board. Quite good single over there. Subhash Gandhi understood the situation. Never tried to have any drama in the middle. Let us rotate the strike and give it back to the man in form. That's what all Harish have required. He needs to face 4-5 deliveries in an over. And 1 or 2 might be going for boundary. This is the way you can get closer to the target. It's not about finishing it at a stretch. Oh, cheeky attempt. And that eventually got the result as well. Does that get a couple of runs on the board as well? Couple of runs on the board over there. Was a very good attempt from Harish. Opens the pace of the bat and the placement seems to be perfect. Miscommunication. Doesn't leads up to be a dismissal. Subhash Gandhi must be very careful with these yes no confusions. Not sure who went wrong over there, but there wasn't a single. It was a good stop from the fielder and he was almost at the verge of throwing it. Seems like it's getting closer and closer so that they could eventually get things done. Couldn't get the control that he's looking for, as this is turning out to be quite good under control. Might be trying to rotate the strike as well so that he could get the strike back in the next over, start things freshly, score runs on the board. Or maybe trying to go for boundary as well. This is going to be testing pace on how Harish is going to react. And that seems to be the breakthrough as
16
well.
overs completed.
One live.
Score 132 for
16
Chennai.
gets completed. It's 132 for 7.
47 runs needed, 24 balls.
Huh? Where was the
Change of bowler, it seems. Well, we got some interesting comments as well. We'd like to thank our viewers who have made these comments. As we're almost in the verge of completing this game. Live is interesting from Salim Khan. Thank you so much.
three live?
Good work done by the live streaming team, and the match is interesting overall. And the quality have been tremendous. Web streaming have always done this.
Two ready, two live, one ready, one live, one live.
Intending for an Yaka Bablu. That might be getting them closer to the required runs. It's 47 of last 4, which is still a gettable number.
Huh? இன்னும் 4 hour இருக்கு 4 தான் 4 hour இருக்கு பாக்ஸ் ஆடு oops 46 3 ready 3 live 3 live one live
Clean bowled. As it hits the stump straight away, Bablu came in and brought in the breakthrough. The partnership was broken. Subhash Gandhi was supporting his partner really well, but unfortunately, this one was a quick pace delivery that he seems that to be an unplayable one. 133 for 8 it is. Now Chennai Super Greens are in danger. This was a tremendous ball. A quick pace that he was not able to play that shot he was looking out for. There is no reaction time even. 133 for 8.
3 live 3 live inside யார்கிட்ட ഒരു സോങ് ഉണ്ടല്ലോ ഗണ്ണേ ഇതാ. ആ,
133 for 8.
അത് എங்க start
That's
ചെയ്തது?
onto the path. Strong shouts from Bablu as well.
ചെന്നൈയിലാ?
And that seems to be something which needs to be kept in control, says the leg by his on-field umpire. Mukesh, the new batter.
மாதிரி சொன்னேன்.
But this is really interesting kind of pace that he's generating with his quick pace. By looking at this run-up, this wasn't much visible. He was tall right-handed bowler, but wasn't much quick with the run-up. But when he releases the ball is coming onto the batters much more than expected pace. Look at that, a simplistic run-up. And look at that pace. This is really interesting stuff to watch out for. And Harish is now trying something cheeky so that he could get closer to the end total. Things were quite good under control. Continues up to bowl Bablu. Steps out and got himself on a spot where he couldn't rotate the strike comfortably. Well, that brings strike back to the new batter Mukesh, who was yet struggling to score runs on the board. As he was new to the crease, he might be amazed with the kind of pace that Bablu was bowling. But yet you have to just balance yourself onto these conditions, as Harish is having an intent to win this game. All he requires is a support from the rest of the batters as well. It goes out of his control anyway. Extras have been a crucial factor in this tournament. I've seen almost all the teams had this problem of bowling many wides and wide plus fours that they couldn't control over a point of time. It's not just about Bablu. Even bowlers like Harish have done those mistakes. So extras must be kept in control. That's where the game gets delayed and extra runs were getting leaked down. Strong shouts and no chance of that being given out over there. Mukesh looking out to be confused on how the ball is coming onto him. It's more like an attacking intent. Big shot, the sound was good, but the placement wasn't much good, as it'll just grab a single. Will be getting up the mark with that single Mukesh. Another decent over here from Bablu despite of those extras. Look at the numbers behind. Wide, leg bys wide, single wide, a dot ball and a single. It's just 2 runs being scored by batters and the rest came through extras and leg bys. We'll be keeping the strike back for the next over. That single to end the over. 17 gets completed. 139 for 8.
Well, 17 overs completed, score 139 for 8 wickets. Forty runs needed 18 balls. 40 runs need 18 balls.
Swing and a miss. Couldn't get the control that he's looking for. I'm surprised to see Vignesh not continuing his spell. Should have continued despite of him being the spinner. That doesn't mean you cannot bowl 15th over or 16th over. But he had a lot of mix-up with the bowlers. That completing a spell have been a rare phenomena here. Almost 7 bowlers bowled in this innings. Nobody have completed their spells. 3 overs for Bablu, 3 overs for Sendil, 3 overs for Raghava. Shaiu is the first bowler to complete his spell. It's his 4th over without any wickets. And this change of pace is really good with the shot. Exceptional stroke making. As it was a very good save from the fielder as well. Saving a couple of runs for his side. Hari should be happy to get the strike back. Scoring 2 runs. Vignesh bowled 2 overs, just 4 runs and 2 wickets. I'll still say there is something for Vignesh to purchase here. It's not the way that spinners bowl and they'll be conceding runs. Thiago have also got a wicket on his name. Only 1 over for him, 1 over 5 for 1. Shevak 2 overs, 26 for 1. And that's why many of the bowlers couldn't be able to complete their spells today. Two is the call. And they're running back for the second run as well. Wonderful running between the wickets. That adds a lot of spice to the game. Now 35 of 13 balls. I'll still say this is very tricky at this kind of situation. Yet there is still hope for them to carry on. Strong shouts. And finally the fingers gone up this time. The decision was given. Shaiu gets a wicket to finish things off his number. 80 runs with the bat. 1 for 29 in 4 overs with the ball. An outstanding all-round performance from him. Finishing off his spell and dismissing Mukesh as well. That's 144 for 9. This was that LBW appeal. Mukesh was covering the leg stump and it's hitting his back foot. No more second thoughts. You can lift up your fingers. That's from in front of wicket. Now the final batter, Vishnu Ramesan, comes in at number 11, the last batter. With Harish into his 30s, 30 of 24, will be on strike now. Raghava back into the attack, 2 for 17 in his 3 overs. Have also maintained a wonderful number. Is yet to complete his spell today. Picks the gap and the placement seems to be perfect. As Harish is still finding runs on the board. It's 2 overs, 35 needed. Starting things off with the boundary. Harish is taking care of that responsibility. When he was given the captainship, look at the changeover in his batting. That is very good batting display out there. The hopes are still alive for them.
31 points in 11 balls.
Finds the aerial route. Not sure about the distance. Fielder under the ball and he was overexcited to drop that away. Should have been the end of the game anyway. This is very unfortunate. That's a dropped opportunity. But while speaking about Raghava's impact on a game, he was very successful with the way how he brought in those breakthroughs when the team was badly expecting that to happen. Now that's what helping them to perform well. As these were lucky runs coming out there for Harish. Bad thing is that he won't be getting the strike back. That the new batter Vishnu Ramesan will be on strike now. 151 for 9 was a decent batting display, but yet they were out of that comfort zone. Maybe it was that one wicket of Ramesh Naidu which Vignesh came in and took, have also been a crucial factor. And Raghava's 2 wickets at the regular interval of time. All these things puts up together. Doesn't lets them to take the game in control over there. It's 28. Requires an 8 to win the game. Opens the pace of the bat, as that went on to be just a cheeky one. This doesn't earn much runs on the board. 8 runs. Now if I were in that position, I would ask Harish to rotate the strike. Let him take the entire last over. 27 of 7. Even if he hits a 6, it will be 21 required in the last over, with Harish at the non-strikers end. There comes the real problem. Singham is scoring at the control that he's looking for. 152 for 9 after 19.
Score 152 for 9.
Over song.
26 cleared 6 balls.
Box out.
Run needed 6 balls.
Now the last over. It's 27 runs required to win the game. With Bablu gets the ball. Smart and sensible batting from Vishnu Ramesan to bring the strike to Harish. There is still a possibility that 26 could be scored in the required number of time. We gotta wait and watch on how things gonna go right from here. Changes its style and plays it straight. Eventually gets the boundary that he is looking for. Harish is unstoppable, and there is a possibility. Now 22 requires in 3 balls, in 4 balls in fact. You need 2 6 and obviously 3 6 and a 4 to win the game. Exceptional stroke making, that is. His intention was to play it at the mid wicket for a left-hander, but the line was different. He altered his position. Goes over the bowler's head. Will there be another misfield? That was well controlled measure. Harish was expecting for the second run as well, but that's quite impossible. And the hopes were also coming down to an end. 3 balls 21 is mathematically impossible unless and until some magic happens. If a no ball or something goes out of the control, this could be possible, but apart from that, it's already a Delhi's game. Swings and misses out, as these were his final deliveries. Yes, this is turning out to be regulation kind of deliveries to finish things off. The formality balls. Strong appeal over there for a wicket, and that seems to be the end of this innings. That wicket was given, as that is 158 for 10 to finish things off, as Vishnu Ramesan is walking back to the pavilion. That will be the only way of finishing things off. Seems like it is given a not out, that the batters were asked to come back. Some miscues in the middle. That was not given out. This was the appeal we've been discussing about for Mankading. But anyway, that was not given out. Was a positive sign out there. Two to end the innings. 21 required of 2. just gliding his way to get some runs on the board. That brings Harish back on strike. Would love to finish things off, even though if it's not a winning game. Something to enjoy, something to celebrate for his performance. Harish and Sai have batted really well today, along with Narendra Sharma. A lot of individual performers. Ramesh Naidu have did really well. Gurmal Broad with the ball. Sai as an all-rounder. Good shot, and the placement seems to be perfect. Another tremendous stroke making to finish things off. 46 not out, and Harish finishing this game away. But end of the day, it was Delhi Dynamic Strikers winning the game by a difference of 15 runs. Been a very good game for them, winning the toss, choosing to bat first, scoring 178 with Shaiu's 80. And in response, we've seen 46 from Sai, 46 from Harish, and 21 from Narendra Sharma. Rest of the batters fallen down for single-digit numbers. That ends up to them to score 163 for 9 at the end of 20 overs, leading a wonderful victory by a difference of 15 runs. A healthy performance from Delhi Dynamics. And in terms of bowling performance, we've seen few bowlers picking 2 wickets each. Raghava 25 for 2 and Vignesh just 4 runs and 2 wickets. 21 for 1 from Shaiu, 5 for 1 from Thiago, 26 for 1 from Sehwag and 28 for 1 from Bablu. Except Sendil, all the other bowlers have got a wonderful day today. But that's a story from the centre. Smiling faces, celebrations. The last game of Chennai Super Greens in league phase is coming to an end. But they'll surely be facing one more battle in tomorrow's game. That will be the position for the second runner-up, the third position. Not sure who is going to be their opposition. It may be Mumbai, it may be Delhi, or it may be Kolkata. But Chennai have to wait for that moment. It was a wonderful memory out there for them in this 2.0 IPCL. Not in terms of success, but in terms of individual performances. And that's how this game comes to an end here. While taking you back to the highlights of this game, the first innings after Delhi won the toss, immediate boundaries, back-to-back boundaries against Harish to welcome the first innings Govindarasu, but couldn't consolidate the same momentum as they have started losing the wickets after wide plus 4 gave away for them. And then this game, the opening bowlers have started picking wickets. Sai have got the wicket of Govindarasu. In this fashion, at the mid-on fielder got the wicket, and then followed that Sudhir Shah has lost his way to Harish. That was a wonderful delivery, and then came this twist of a partnership. Vignesh C and Shaiu have partnered together, scored a wonderful numbers in between the wickets, especially with the way how Vignesh have took the responsibility of scoring well in the power play. These were one among those shots against the top quality bowlers like Harish, Sai, and the other bowlers including Vishnu Ramesh, who bowled well in the power play as a left-arm medium pacer, but Vignesh was unstoppable along with Shaiu. Shaiu initially took his own time to shape himself well as Vignesh was taking care of the run rate, but after a point of time it was Shaiu who also started scoring runs on the board. That's where the problem arises. This was another wonderful shot from Vignesh. There were expectations that these two batters will make it to big numbers, especially Vignesh was known for playing long innings. We were expecting some 70s and 80s from him, but unfortunately that went out of his control. After a point of time when Ramesh Naidu came in, Vignesh lost his wicket after scoring a couple of boundaries left and right. That's how the partnership got broken. They got 72 runs together before Ramesh Naidu came in and dismissing Vignesh by bowling a wonderful leg spinner. This was not what we were speaking about. A wonderful paddle sweep played by Shaiu as well. Spinners, once they came in, the boundaries have started coming onto the boards. Yet, when the leggy came in, things have changed. This was the dismissal of Vignesh. That's how he got losing his wicket. And then the batters came in, scored a boundary, lost their wickets, got collapsed out there to go out of the race. Except only one man, Shaiu, continued the same form of batting which he had followed with Vignesh in that partnership. That's how it got into control. When Ramesh Naidu was doing well at the other end, Shaiu somehow managed to play a wonderful slog sweep, which was an outstanding shot to play a maximum out there, while the other batters losing their way. This was a wonderful catch, soft dismissal taken by Ramesh Naidu, but was never expecting that to be a soft dismissal. But Shaiu's slog sweep against Ramesh Naidu was one of the memories to watch out for. This is not what we've been speaking about. This was a wide plus 4 that's been a regular in IPCL 2.4. These pull shots were tremendous out there. He did this back-to-back and scored a wonderful half-century. This is how he scored his half-century. But I was waiting for that one moment where he played a slog sweep against Ramesh Naidu. This was we've been speaking about. That's when we understood that this is not just a regular innings. This is an outstanding innings. Even though the bowlers kept on changing, spinners moved on to fast bowlers. Fast bowlers came on to dominate the innings. But either way, he was unstoppable. Shaiu scored 80 runs in just 38 balls with these kind of strokes. This was drop catch anyway, put down by the covers fielder. 38 balls, 12 boundaries, and 2 sixes for his name to get things under control, to place Delhi in a comfortable position before he lost his way in the middle to Sai. That one over of Sai was a changing over of this game. We were expecting some 240, but this wicket of Shaiu for Sai have been changing, and Sai picked up another wicket with a tremendous catch as Carton Bowl, and game have started changing into the favor of Chennai Super Greens at that point of time. The expectations of 240 came down to 150, but eventually the final batters like Raghava and the other batters like Dharma have managed to score a couple of boundaries so that they could eventually score some good runs at the end phase, made the score to move on to 178 before they finished things off in this fashion. Zala came in with the last wicket. 178 for 10 was the final total by Delhi Dynamic strikers, but in response, the expectations were a good change from Chennai Greens. That's how they started even. Narendra Sharma had scored a couple of boundaries along with Sai, especially with the way how Sai scored runs one after the others against Sendil was outstanding memory to watch out for. That was 27 runs against Sendil. That made a hope for them. This was how it all started. A full length delivery, went for the maximum. Good length delivery, went for a boundary, cut it away. And then one more time he tried to bowl a full length delivery that went for a maximum. Before this one slicing behind, went for the boundary from Sai. This will be full length, goes for the maximum. He'll score another sixer before he's going for single. This is what we've been mentioning about. Tremendous batting display against Sendil. But surprising thing is, when Sai was given out for an LBW, which he was not at all happier, he felt that had a bat in it, but eventually the umpire's decision will be final. Disappointed Sai came on, but yet he was not satisfied with the decision given. This was what we've been speaking about. That's how Raghava came in with a breakthrough, and that's why the game have started turning towards the favor of Delhi. The batters have started losing their wickets one after the other. Single digit numbers: Gumal Bra, Ramesh Naidu, Salah Gentibai, and Vivek as well. And then came the captain of the side, Harish M, to take some responsibility before these batters have lost their way in the middle in a cheap fashion. Even Narendra Sharma with this catch lost his way for just 21 runs. That's when this wicket have fallen. Vignesh came in to pick the big fish out. Ramesh Naidu's justifications were not clear. He didn't read the ball really well. And then Harish came in to get some partners out there. He didn't got a partner, but he had started scoring runs on the board in the regular interval of time. 7 boundaries that we're going to watch from him. This was how it all started with a maximum as well, as things were quite good. And there comes that catch. Wickets on one end kept on falling. This was a very good catch taken by the short third man. Shaiu was a fielder. That's when they understood that this game is going to be parceled very soon. But Harish was not ready to leave it in a way that he's going to lose the momentum. He started scoring runs on the board. Jatin Kumar scored a maximum and then lost his way in the middle. There were batters came in and then lost their way in the middle. Zala Gentibai lost his wicket to Shaiu, trying to go for the big shot. But even in the meantime, this man was unstoppable. Harish playing it through the covers, playing those reverse sweeps, paddle sweeps, sweep shots, scoop shots, everything that's on the textbook cricket, that's not on the textbook cricket, everything he was doing. The only intention was to score runs on the board. He's not dependent on the power. He's actually was more dependent on his techniques, on his brain, thinking on what needs to be done, and did what he was expecting to do, which made him to be ensured to score runs on the board as well. That's how this innings came in fashion, that clean bowled. That shows the frustration of Bablu at the end phase, where he have started picking up wickets of Subhash Gandhi. And then Mukesh came in but couldn't give the partnership that it requires to Harish. But eventually Harish tried to maintain the partnership anyway. Till the end he fought. This was one of those shots that made us to feel amazed, and that outfield supported him for the boundary. That's how this innings came to an end. With this boundary he finished things off, and Delhi Dynamics won the game by a difference of 15 runs.